Marshal.
What can I do for you?
My name's Will Jacklin. I'm boss of the drag car herd. We're holding up river. I come for Howard Bulow.
Oh? I see.
Well, turn him loose.
No, I can't turn him loose.
He didn't do a thing last night. He was just standing on the street the way I heard it.
He threatened to shoot me in the back, and he says he's still going to do it.
You killed his brother, didn't you?
In self-defense.
Don't matter. You'll have to look out for yourself. But none of my men's gonna lay in a Kansas jail when he ain't done nothing.
None of your men's gonna walk free waiting to put a bullet in my back, either.
I got 8 men outside, Marshal. I got 10 more with the cattle. We come a long way. We had a hard drive. We're all Texans, and no Dodge City Marshal's gonna rub our nose in dirt.
Nobody's trying to, Jacqueline.
Fine thing they hire men like you to kill cowboys on a little spree.
You call shooting me a little spree?
You could have crippled him up.
I wish that were true, but I couldn't take the chance. Another shot and he'd kill me.
Talking's a waste of time. I want Bulow out of here.
I'll do this. I'll turn him over to you when you've sold your herd and are headed back to Texas, if you promise to take him with you.
I want him now.
Chester to get all the natives together to
not as long as he's set on killing me.
18 men I got, Marshal. Not counting myself.
One by one.
14 of us will be back tonight, and we'll get him.
Jacqueline,
down for it.
Don't try it.
And after we get him, we'll really shoot your town up.
Oh, you should just knife this motherfucker with a busted ball.
You people have mistreated the last Texas cowboy. You're going to. Tonight, Marshal.
Lead on your I was planning on playing this, but since it started, I
can't. Sure you won't have a beer, Mac? I'll even buy you one. You do it?
I can't be drinking now, Doc.
Oh, Matt, I don't think they'll ride in like that tonight. Those cowboys always talking beer.
Yeah, maybe.
And maybe they're just full of vinegar after the long drive they've had, huh? Now they want to hoop and holler something.
Bulow's full of more than vinegar, Doc.
You think so? A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Oh, my, the world's got its evil ways, all right.
Marshal Dillon. Marshal Dillon. Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Rising.
What are you going to do about those Texans, Marshal?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Rising. I haven't given it much thought.
Well, you better start thinking, Marshal. I heard that Jacklin right in here this morning. He means what he says, that man.
What did he say?
They're going to destroy Dodge. That's what he said. Him and all those wild Texans he's got.
Mr. Rising, the man I got in jail aims to shoot me from ambush if I turn him loose.
But I can't help that, boy.
Well, I can. And he's staying where he is until he comes to his senses.
But what about the rest of us? It's all right for you to save your own skin, but what about us? They'll shoot up the town and maybe burn my hotel down.
Oh, now, don't get all excited, Mr. Rising. It won't help matters any. Look, why don't you just forget about it? Jacklin may never show up at all.
Well, that's what I come to tell you.
What?
Frank Paris rode by the drag-our camp a little while ago, and he says those men were just about to leave for Dodge. That means they'll be here any minute. Now, what are you going to do?
If your family is getting weary of the same old breakfast cereal every morning, time to retire it and introduce them to New Sugar Crinkles. Say New Sugar Crinkles is the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. And I'm here to tell you, Sugar Crinkles make breakfast more fun than a circus. Golden crisp nuggets of sugar-coated rice, and every nugget in your breakfast bowl just right sweet. Forget your experience with sugar-coated cereals that seem too sweet, and with others that don't seem sweet enough. Treat yourself and your favorite family to New Sugar Crinkles at breakfast time and at snack time, too.
We're just insects in the garden that we ground organic matter mixed with sugar.
Sugar and sweetness, just right sweet.
With milk for the breakfast joy.
And the snack from the pack, oh boy! Can't be beat, just right sweet. Sugar Crinkles, good
To eat.
Where can I find a box of this?
Now back
Does
to
somebody have this in their bomb
Gunsmoke.
shelter? I want to try this. It's essentially the Captain Crunch of Frosted Flakes, you know, all the sugar and donuts. Damn it, almost.
I left the Elephant and walked over to the jail to wait for Jacqueline and his mob of cowboys. There, I tried to have a talk with Bulow, but the only response I could get out of him was the same. He was going to kill me the first chance he got. Well, maybe Doc was right. Maybe the hard life of the cattle trail did drive man a little mad. Anyway, it was a poor choice they'd given me, and I didn't like it.
You'll be wanting a shotgun, won't you, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, thanks, Chester.
Here you are.
Chester, you don't have to get mixed up in this, you know.
I know that. My. I think I'm going to take a shotgun, too.
Okay. All right, let's wait outside.
Yes, sir.
About 10 feet apart, huh?
All right.
They shoot every one of their fucking horses. Right
There they come, Mr. Dillon. All of them.
Yeah.
Here it is, man. Hello, Marshal.
You're acting like a fool, Jacqueline.
We'll see about that.
You make trouble here and the law will be after you wherever you go.
I don't worry none about no law. I was raised plumb free. We all were.
Yeah, sure you were. But that doesn't leave you free to form a mob, raid a jail, shoot up a town. What's the matter with you men?
What's the matter with you? You put an innocent man in jail.
Any man who wants to kill somebody isn't very innocent, Jacqueline. Do you have to wait till he does it?
I don't have to wait for nothing. Marshal, we've come for Bulow.
Let them have him, Marshal. Turn him loose. Hurry.
You keep out of this, Reisling.
He's right, Marshal. You let him go peaceable and we'll leave town. But if you make us fight, we'll go right on fighting.
Now, you heard him. He means it. Now, you do it.
Shut up, Reisling. Jacqueline, this is a shotgun I'm holding. The first move you or any of your men make, I'll cut you in two with it.
Maybe. But we're too many. You can't kill us all. You'll die and so will your friend there. That right, ma'am? Texas men ain't afraid to die, Marshal. But they ain't gonna get tromped on. I'm through talking, Marshal. It's set, men. And when you finish him, go rip this town wide open. Do it for me.
Chester,
Yes, sir.
go get Bulow.
All right.
Thank heaven.
You used your head, Marshal. You and I had both been dead if you hadn't.
I'm not doing it because of you or me, Jacqueline. I'm doing it because too many other men would have died.
Well, it don't matter as long as you turn him loose.
All right, bring him over here, Chester.
Well, I knew you couldn't keep me long, Marshal.
And you were right, Bulow.
You shouldn't have locked me up at all.
Go on back to camp and try to do some thinking while you're there, huh?
Sure, Marshal. And you know what I'll be thinking about? You, sitting next to an open window or walking down a dark street. I'm going to kill you yet.
Wherever he was from, whatever kind of life he'd led, Bulow was a primitive man. Somewhere he'd heard about revenge. It's a simple idea, an eye for an eye. I realized now that there was no dealing with him. The man was incapable of change. And Jacqueline wasn't much better. But I forgot about Jacqueline. It was Bulow who would be back. Still, 2 days went by, and there was no sign of him.
There's a couple of chairs, Mr. Dillon. Let's sit there.
All right, Chester.
Nobody can shoot you from here, not unless it comes up in front.
Well, it's unlikely with Bulow.
What's the matter with men like him?
I don't know, Chester. Too rough a life, maybe. The war. Up, being in such a hurry.
Matt,
all this, huh?
I've been looking for you everywhere.
Oh, trouble?
For you, yeah. Bulow's back in town.
Well, have you seen him?
No, Sam did. Said he stopped in for a drink a little while ago.
Is he still there?
He left, but he told Sam he's got a room at the Dodge house. He might be there.
This is like a set.
So they've contracted it out, and SpaceX beat out a team led by a company called Dynetics, who do a lot of kind of space subsystems work on the ISS and all that, and a joint bid from the kind of national team is what it's called, led by Amazon's Blue Origin,
for use on the International Space Station,
led by wannabe Bond supervillain Jeff Bezos, with a conglomerate of other companies. You know the names, like Lockheed Martin is part of that national team, and SpaceX beat out both of them. And that's just a testament to how really just how good they are, how absolutely and astonishingly good SpaceX is. And this
getting
is just
people
the
back on the
step.
moon. Right, because I was going to ask about that, because getting people back on the moon is obviously really, really exciting. Is this just opening the door for the eventual dream that so many have had for so long, and finally putting a colony on the moon, a lunar colony in real time by, who knows, 2030, 2040?
I would say that, you know, I'd like to think I'm more of a pessimist than I am an optimist with stuff like this. You know, always aim low. That's how I got through school. But I personally think that we won't see permanent human habitation until at least 2035. I think we'll see a temporary, we'll see, seasonal or off and on habitation by 2030, perhaps. But I don't think there'll be a permanent, foothold there until 2035. But, that being said, one of the biggest reasons people want to go back to the moon now is to mine it for minerals, because we've already decided to trash one planet. Let's trashing its moon afterward. And mining for rare earth minerals, helium-3 on the moon will become a very important thing. And so I think that, if anything, the capitalistic push to, take resources and use them, the sheer amount of money to put into that will make something like that happen. And it's nothing that any, congressional amount of pushing and shoving would get done. And I guess that really is kind of the bottom line here. We've seen that, for lack of a better word, private industry has beaten bureaucracy back to the moon.
Right.
And, I personally see that as a disappointment. I believe, space exploration should be a national, international endeavor, not underpinned by profit-seeking motives. But that being said, money talks at the end of the day, right? That's just kind of it. And that's what's going to happen here. So, in the next few years, Starship is going to have to demonstrate, as part of their contract, ship-to-ship refueling in orbit. So 2 ships will just kind of kiss and swap fuel. And that'll be an important step in getting people to Mars in the future, but they need to demonstrate that capability exists. And another capability will be a safe landing, as they haven't yet demonstrated, honestly. Every single, prototype they've sent up into the atmosphere has come down and either exploded before landing, exploded on landing, or exploded after landing. So there's still, a long way to go. I'm not saying this is a slam dunk to make 2024. Spaceflight is hard. And I do think SpaceX is absolutely the best pick to do it. I think if anyone's going to do it, it will be them by 2024, but it's by no means a slam dunk. It's maybe, a end of the first half, long 3. Might happen, might not.
Fair. Progress is a process, but there you go, SpaceX. Given the contract to send humans back to the moon, it has been decades since we've been able to even talk about this possibility living out in real time. Yeah, there you go.
Two things before I boot me off here, just because this just came to my mind right now. The Mars helicopter might fly tomorrow, so keep your eyes out on that.
Oh, there you go.
We might have a Wright Brothers moment tomorrow on another planet, which should be very cool. I believe it'll happen around 6:30 a.m. Eastern time. So, you might have to stay up or get up, super early or stay up super late to watch it, but I think it'll be worth watching. And second of all, did somebody flip Dominic Hasek tape into Holtby's pregame? What was that save? That was crazy.
That was a brilliant.
Cattle in South Asia, diclofenac would have been a very familiar name.
Diclofenac is a very effective painkiller. So the patent ran out in the early part of the 90s. It was very, very cheap. You could just buy it over the counter, as little as 10 cents a jar. And cattle in that part of the world, they're really run to the ground. They're plowing the fields. They're carrying these produce to market. And as soon as there's a limp, livestock farmers would continue to inject them with this drug, and they would see visible results. But you have to remember that this was not a cure. And eventually, when the animal dropped dead, its entire body was just stuffed with diclofenac residue. So when the vultures came, it was more like a kamikaze gourmet meal for them.
To check they were right, scientists injected a buffalo with diclofenac and then fed its liver to vultures that were in a confined area in order to demonstrate that this really was the cause.
We brought in the government officials from India, Nepal, and Pakistan, and we showed them our results, and we made it very clearly evident to them that if they don't do something, all the vultures in the Indian subcontinent would go extinct.
So Munir's team joined up with other conservationists to fight to save the vulture. Even so,
we have been monitoring vulture populations in India, in Nepal, and Pakistan since then, and our surveys have shown that vulture numbers began to stabilize after that time. And in some places, their numbers even started to go up.
Munir Virani of the Peregrine Fund. So, Bob, in some areas, vulture numbers are on the increase, as Munir has reported, but is it possible that we're going to see the tens of millions in South Asia that they used to be back in the 1970s and 80s?
Well, Max, I think the basic answer is no. I don't think those numbers can be sustained as they were before. There used to be these carcass dump sites. They're now disappearing, so you don't have this same sort of food source, and more carcasses are also being buried. But as well as the new drugs, which could also be a peril for vultures, they're being killed by wind turbines as India turns to green energy. Some of them are being caught up in the blades and meeting a sticky end there. And there are other perils as well. Some farmers are doing what's called retaliatory poisoning. So the farmer's putting down poison to try and kill wild dogs to stop the spread of things like rabies, and the vultures are being poisoned by those as well. So I don't think we're ever going to see the same sort of numbers that we saw in the 70s and 80s.
Bob Howard, many thanks with the recent history of the vulture in Southeast Asia. All the stories from the past that you hear on the History Hour can be found, often with added value in the form of films and photographs, on our website. Just search for BBC Witness History. And stay with us, we'll have more in just a moment.
Some see challenges.
Unless you can answer yes to all three, you're missing out on one of the best coffee buys in years, the new Instant Sanka coffee. It's the only coffee in the world that gives you all three of those advantages. Now, to prove it, make a cup hot and black and good and strong. And as soon as you taste it, you'll know it's got the extra rich flavor you want. And while you're making it right in the cup, you'll see how easy it is to prepare. It's a cinch whether you're making one cup or a dozen. And you'll prove that you can drink Instant Sanka as late as you want to, and sleep. That's because 97% of the sleep-disturbing caffeine has been removed. So look for Instant Sanka in the new economy-size jar. It'll save you money. Try Instant Sanka, the only coffee that combines extra rich flavor with instant ease and lets you sleep. Want to do me a favor? Well, if you live in Haverstraw, New York, or if you're passing through, ask someone where you can find a blind old Airedale named Rags. And when you find her, give her a pat from me and maybe a hunk of hamburger, too. Why? Well, Rags has just retired from a voluntary lifetime as assistant mailman up there in Haverstraw. You see, each day she accompanied a mailman on his rounds. And now Rags is too old to carry the mail, and she can't see anymore. The Postmaster General wrote her a letter. Maybe she understood it, and maybe she didn't. But the old dog does understand pats, of course. So will you give her one for me? Thanks. And also present to her special delivery, this Sanka salute. Well, I'll be back next week when Sanka Coffee and Instant Sanka, both delicious and both caffeine-free, will again present Sanka salutes. In the meantime, this is Win Elliott suggesting you try Sanka. You love it, and you'll sleep.
Oh, someone stabs you in the face first thing in the morning.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
COVID for a minute there.
The challenge of the Yukon.
Are you serious?
It's Yukon King. Swift.
Security. Donate a car, change a life. A single donation can provide shelter for at least 10 nights or 150 bagged meals. Make a difference today and go to homelesscars.ca.
In 200 meters, go.
Most have been fully vaccinated.
GPS.
In India, Delhi's Chief Minister, Arvind Kejriwal, has accused the Indian government of reducing the capital's quota of medical oxygen to divert it to other states. Mr. Kejriwal said the city's hospitals were facing an acute shortage. There have been emotional scenes at airports in Australia and New Zealand as people greeted families and friends after arriving on flights made possible by a new pandemic bubble scheme. Australians took flights to New Zealand for the first time in more than a year without the need to quarantine. Japan is urging Myanmar's military authorities to release a Japanese journalist, Yuki Kitsuzumi, who was taken from his home late on Sunday. He's previously been detained and released by the military. BBC News.
That was your warning.
Welcome back to part 2 of the History Hour with Max Pearson and the Witness History team. Rebecca's ancient matrilineal Chinese society to come. But first, here's Mike Lanchin to relive one of the defining moments in the troubled history of relations between the US and Cuba. Mike.
This is the failed invasion at the Bay of Pigs by a group of mercenaries funded and trained by the Americans, an attempt in April 1961 to overthrow the communist regime of Fidel Castro. Really important moments in the Cold War, because you had the Americans on one side and then the Cubans were being backed by the Soviet Union. But it was also a defining moment for the Cubans themselves. And I was there a couple of years ago and managed to speak to one of the Cubans who actually fought on the beaches to defend the island at the Bay of Pigs. Several thousand men landed their boats laden with weapons and even tanks here on this small beach in the southeast of the island, the Bay of Pigs, or Playa Giron. Today, the hot sun shimmers off the turquoise blue sea. The palm trees blow in the light morning wind. It's an idyllic, though remote and deserted spot, a scene quite unlike that in April of 1961.
The sky was covered in lights from flares, red flares. So we got hold of the few rifles we had. We shared them out, and we went down to the beach. We realized something strange was happening.
Gregorio Moreira was a young farmer and a member of the defense militia, a local volunteer force organized by the Communist Party.
There were 5 or 6 of us, but not all of us had rifles. We took turns being on guard, watching, and waiting to see what happened.
And you were there all night?
Oh yes, all night, just waiting to see what happened, and waiting for reinforcements.
Compañeros poetas, tomando en cuenta los últimos sucesos.
By 2016, Gregorio's face was etched with lines from a life of hard work and poverty. He spoke to me with great emotion and colourful detail about the events of April 1961. He says there had been talk of the threat of an imminent invasion against the new communist government in Cuba. But even then, he says, when first light broke on the 17th of April, he and the other militiamen were still surprised at what they saw.
You could see all the boats bobbing around with their weapons on board, unloading munitions, landing tanks. We could see all that clearly from where we were. At about 8 or 9 in the morning, the shooting began. You could feel the shots. Da-da-da-da-da. It was very fierce. One of our guys had to go back at them with an old German machine gun, and then one of their boats changed course.
Weren't you a bit nervous?
Not at all. I was fine. War doesn't make me nervous.
The invasion force was made up of several thousand men, allies of the former Cuban dictator Fulgencio Batista, who'd fled when Fidel Castro's left-wing guerrillas overthrew the regime 2 years earlier. With training and arms from the CIA, the exiles had been promised full American backing for their invasion. This was the time of the Cold War, with Castro and the Soviet Union on one side, and the Americans and the anti-communist Cuban exiles lined up on the other.
I joined the communist militia in 1960, soon after Fidel's victory. We went to help rid the countryside of counter-revolutionaries. It was a tough time.
After Castro took power, relations between Washington and Havana had soured quickly. By early 1961, US businesses had been thrown off the island, and the Americans had imposed a trade embargo in response. Diplomatic relations had been severed. And then came the Bay of Pigs invasion.
From the sea and by parachute, the rebels have struck along the coast within 90 miles of Havana.
The invaders' plan was to establish a beachhead and then, with US air support, move inland. Though at first taken by surprise, the Cuban army soon was moving large numbers of troops and armament towards the Bay of Pigs. Militiaman Gregorio was assigned the task of evacuating the wounded along the only road in and out of the bay.
We'd only got as far as the entrance to the town when a plane appeared overhead. You could see it right in front of us. It was dropping bombs, and one fell close by. I was hit by shrapnel in my leg. When I looked behind me, everyone had been killed.
Badly injured, Gregorio struggled out of the burning truck and tried to crawl away, only to look up and see that he was surrounded by the invaders.
One of them picked me up under the arms and put a pistol in my mouth and said, "You're one of Fidel Castro's communists."
Gregorio was now a prisoner of the exiles, who were still engaged in heavy fighting.
I couldn't even lift my head up to look around because of the shooting. I didn't sleep at all that night. How could I? I just coped as best as I could until the morning. And then when I saw that no one was guarding us, I just scrambled away.
By that time, the invasion forces were on the run. Many had got lost in the boggy wetlands around the Bay of Pigs. Others had been killed or taken prisoner by Castro's communist troops. The US air support never materialized. The exiles were outgunned by the government forces that poured into the area. In less than 72 hours, the invasion was over.
Cuba seguirá siendo territorio libre de América.
It was a massive propaganda coup for Castro, celebrated by the communist government as a historic victory over the American foe. Gregorio was still recovering in a hospital in Havana when he was taken to watch some of the prisoners being paraded in public. How did you see the invaders?
I just saw them as Cubans. I thought to myself, they're Cubans. How could they be against us?
In 1962, in a rare deal between the two countries, more than 1,000 Bay of Pigs prisoners were sent back to the US in exchange for food and medical supplies. Years later, another group of former fighters were allowed to return to Cuba to visit the site of their failed invasion attempt.
I don't hold any grudges. They were tricked into invading, while we were convinced of what we were doing. We weren't doing any harm to anyone. On the contrary, we were defending what we understood to be rightly ours.
That's Gregorio Moreira talking to Mike Langino on the beach at the Bay of Pigs. And Mike Gregorio himself sounded Well, he sounded fairly robust, given the age, and probably a bit of a tough guy in his time. Yes, a real character. And let me just sort of indulge you a little bit with a brief anecdote from our time there. We were not only recording a radio interview with Gregorio, but we also filmed him on the beach where events took place for a witness film, which is on our website, which you can have a look at. But for some reason, the film tape didn't really, we lost a couple of the shots for some reason. I think there was problems, I think the intense heat. So when we got back to our hotel a couple of hours drive away in Havana that evening, we discovered actually we needed some more shots of Gregorio. So we had the next day still free. So climbed in the van again the next morning and drove 2 hours back to the beach, back to the Bay of Pigs, and try and find Gregorio at his house. Unfortunately, he'd had quite a busy evening after we'd left that on the first day and had hit the bottle. So that next morning he was a bit worse for wear, and so it was quite difficult to get a lot of good interview clips from him. We had to do quite a few long shots and not too many close-ups. Big character, big appetite. Mike Lanchin, many thanks. And we've got a whole section on Cuban history on our website, first-hand testimony on Castro's revolution, the missile crisis, even Cuba's love affair with baseball. To find it, look for BBC Witness History Collections. Our next story from the past involves a giant of genetics and a microscopic worm he found to unlock some of the mysteries of our physiology. In the 1960s, the pioneering South African biologist, Sidney Brenner, discovered that the worm, which went by the name of C. elegans, was the perfect model for examining human development. Sue Armstrong has been hearing about his work from some of his admirers in the world of genetics.
Sidney Brenner's a god in the worm community in having chosen this model organism. And what he really did was to make a very wise choice about a system to study really complex biology, but a simple system. And that was the real genius.
Gordon Lithgow is Vice President at the Buck Institute for Research on Aging in Novato, California.
The big advantage was the fact that it is transparent. You can actually see the cells and you can see biology happening just by looking down a microscope. It's a millimeter in size, and so you can grow tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of these worms in the lab. And that's a big deal if you're looking for a rare gene or something like that. Sidney Brenner's genius was to realize that whilst we have, many hundreds of thousands, trillions of cells in our brain, the worm has only 302 neurons. And that's something you can look at through the transparent skin of the worm.
The worm is spectacular as a model organism for several reasons. It has less than 1,000 cells as an adult. And we know what all of these cells are and what they do. And it's small so that you can get large numbers of them. And that's important for genetics. So you can look at lots of rare events. It's hard to do genetics on rhinoceroses, as Sidney used to say.
Bob Waterston is Professor of Genome Sciences at the University of Washington in the USA. He joined Sidney Brenner's lab at Cambridge in the UK in the early 1980s. He's best known for his work on the Human Genome Project. But in preparation for that mammoth task, he was part of the small team that mapped the genome of C. elegans, the first ever animal to have its genome fully sequenced.
At that time, there was a lot of skepticism whether it was worthwhile to sequence a whole genome or whether you should do cheaper or not even do anything. Just let people study individual genes. And the second issue was nobody knew how to do it. Our effort was really an experiment to see if you could adapt the present technologies, refine them enough to take on and sequence a genome of the size of C. elegans. And if you could do that for something the size of an average human chromosome, you could probably extend that to the whole human genome.
That, as we now know, turned out to be correct. And despite those early doubts about whether or not the exercise was worthwhile, having the full map of the worm's genome turned out to be more useful than anyone had expected, says Gordon Lithgow.
It turns out that the worm and humans are quite similar in the basic biology. And when the worm genome was sequenced, we found like 2/3 of the genes involved in human disease were there in the worm.
In 1988, scientists working with mutant worms in the USA discovered quite by chance a mutation in a single gene that increased the lifespan of C. elegans by up to 65%. 5 years later, the worm really hit the headlines when another single gene mutant was found that could extend its life by up to 10-fold. What's more, the worms remained fit and healthy to the end.
It kind of changed people's thinking about aging. We thought that lifespan was kind of like a fixed quantity, but what the worm showed us was that lifespan was plastic, that you could really alter it, and you could alter it by a 10-fold dimension. Is incredible. But it turns out at the molecular level and the cellular level, the processes that drive the 20-day lifespan in the worm are very similar to the processes we think are driving aging in humans. And most importantly, it's not just about aging, it's about the diseases of aging. The worm changed the way that people thought about aging, thought about lifespan, and then because of the connection to disease, the worm changed the way we thought about curing chronic diseases.
No one was more surprised than Sidney Brenner about just how much was being revealed from studying C. elegans.
It was quite amazing, and I think it just took off. It's a whole industry now.
Multiple Nobel Prizes have come from studying the worm.
Dr. Sidney Brenner receives his medal and diploma from His Majesty the King of Sweden.
And it was the discovery of a cell suicide program that earned Sidney Brenner and 2 colleagues the Prize for Physiology and Medicine in 2002. Cell suicide is the process that sculpts our bodies in the womb, removing the web of skin between fingers and toes as limbs develop, hollowing out tubes, shaping our organs and building our brains. In 2006, 2 more Nobel Prizes were awarded for work with C. elegans, and the little worm has been used to test the limits of biology in the most extreme environments.
We have booster ignition and liftoff of Space Shuttle Columbia with a multitude of national and international space research experiments.
The C. elegans actually has been in space as part of one of the biological experiments that was done initially in the space shuttle. We were possibly the first earthbound organism to reproduce in space. The hermaphrodites basically self-fertilize. They produce both eggs and sperm, and those worms sent into space were able to reproduce. It was very exciting.
We know we lost communication somewhere around 9 o'clock Eastern Time.
The date was February 2003, and to the horror of mission control and millions of people around the world tuned in to watch the return of the spacecraft, Columbia disintegrated as it re-entered Earth's atmosphere.
The shuttle would have been over the northeast portions of Texas, tracking toward.
All 7 members of the crew were killed, but C. elegans survived.
Sometime after the disaster, the worms were actually recovered in the canister that the experiment was being conducted in, and the worms were alive. It's incredible that they were there, went through that, and came back to Earth.
I asked Gordon Lithgow what he thought Sidney would feel about what has been achieved by studying his tiny nematode worm.
I'd love to think that Sidney would be very, very proud of what's happened, but I also imagine that what he would think is, well, what's next? Come on.
Gordon Lithgow of the Buck Institute for Research on Aging in California, talking to Sue Armstrong. So what do you think? Will nematodes one day rule the world? Who knows? Anyway, there's one corner of the globe where women rule their world, and this really does go back quite a long way. Here's Rebecca Kesby. Rebecca.
Hello, Max. Yes, this is a little glimpse, really, into one of the oldest matrilineal communities in the world. It's a land where the women, as you say, hold all the power, and where monogamy is actively discouraged. You're going to need to keep an open mind for this one, Max, as we head for the misty foothills of the Himalayas in southwest China, and one Singaporean woman's life-changing adventure into the so-called kingdom of women.
You go into this community and you see women with a degree of confidence that we don't see in our world. You know, it's natural, it comes to them. And these are farmers who are not very well educated, but gosh, they ooze confidence, you know, as people.
This is Chu Wai Hong. Until 2006, she was a top corporate lawyer based in Singapore. The rural life of the Musor community in China's mountainous Yunnan province was a world away from her own fast-paced executive lifestyle. But when Wai Hong took early retirement in order to travel around China, the nation of her ancestors, she stumbled across this relatively isolated society, nestling between the mountains, and she instantly fell in love with it.
There's this beautiful lake called Lugu Lake, about 3,000 meters up in altitude, with all pine trees around it and just lots of mountains around. It was just breathtaking, you know, very nice and relaxing.
And Wai Hong was in need of some relaxation.
I had a rather successful corporate legal career, but the toll it took on me was tremendous. I would work daily till midnight before I could go home, and often on weekends. And I did that non-stop for decades, I would say. I just woke up one day and decided I can't go on like that.
Traditionally, the Musor is matrilineal, which means the accepted bloodline goes down the female side. No one is more important or powerful than a grandmother or great-grandmother. Daughters inherit the land and assets from her, taking on the responsibility of supporting their sons and brothers who never leave home.
The way they choose the next generation and who's going to be like head of this household is not by the firstborn daughter or whatever, but by the most intelligent and hardworking one. So there's meritocracy in this, it's great. The grandmother will look at all her daughters and say, I think number 3 is actually the most responsible and the cleverest, so she will look after this family when I die, and all of you must pay obeisance to her.
So where do the men fit into this society then? The grandfathers and sons.
In their folklore and in their belief, man's role in procreation is merely the waterer to the seed in the woman. When the seed becomes a baby born to the family, it belongs to the woman who gave birth to it.
And so in this system, you're far more likely to be brought up by your uncles then as part of your mother's family than to have any meaningful relationship with your own father.
Yes, because the father is not the father in the sense we understand fatherhood to be. And he doesn't have to have anything to do with the baby. But as uncles, there's a very serious obligation to look after your sister's kids, to bring the sister's children up properly, teach them the ways of life, and teach them their values and their customs.
It's not just parenthood that the Musor do differently. The concept of intimate relationships and partnerships also contrasts with most of the rest of the world.
There is actually no concept of a marriage as we know it. There's no even long-term requirement in any relationship. Basically, what happens when a man and a woman want to be together, the man will make a rendezvous with the woman to say, I'll come over to your house tonight. He sort of knocks on her door by, throwing a few pebbles at her door, and then they will spend the night together. All this is a pretty private and shy thing, And then before the sun really comes up, he has to leave. And then he goes back to his own family. We call it the walking marriage. And they really believe that a walking marriage is never permanent or never needs to be permanent.
Wai Hong's relationship with the community deepened. Eventually, the locals invited her to build her own house there, and Wai Hong immersed herself in the language and culture. And so after the life you'd led up to that point, the world of business, which is still pretty male-dominated, how did it feel to be embraced in a female-centric community?
The nicest thing was, the men grow up in this community respecting the women in their lives. And I felt that, wow, I didn't have to fight to be listened to. I then recall all the hardships I had faced where you might be the only one or two in a big macho corporate meeting or something. So you have to fight to be heard, you have to fight for your space. And whenever I'm in that world, I figured this is how a man must feel in our world. It's easy just because they're men.
But is there a sense that the men feel like second-class citizens?
I don't think they feel it that way. They are quite acquiescent, I think. The way they treat the men is not like the way patriarchal men treat their women. They don't bully them. In fact, they indulge their men quite a lot. The men get away with not having to work very hard. The interaction is more equal than I see in our patriarchal world.
Increased tourism to the region has exposed the Musor to modern Chinese life and dominant cultural norms, such as monogamous marriage, which is gaining popularity actually. But for Chu Wai Hong, the very fact that this society exists challenges many of the assumptions the rest of the world is governed by.
A lot of people, they can't understand it and they refuse to see the logic. It's because they can't open their mind to another way of seeing the relationship between women and men and families.
So how would you say discovering this community has shaped your own outlook on life?
I am so comfortable now in my skin as a woman in a way I have never felt, before.
What a fascinating glimpse of a different way of organising society. So, Rebecca, you fancy living there?
I've got to say, Max, this won't surprise you at all. I am a lifelong feminist, and I have to say, even for me, this was a bit of a challenge to try and get my head around how this might work. I do worry that perhaps the women maybe end up with a lot of work, actually, and a lot of responsibility, and the men, they don't, I mean, they have to do heavy lifting and things like that, and they do some of the sort of tougher jobs, and apparently I think they also have to kill the animals, because the women don't do that. But other than that, a lot of the time of the men is just spent enjoying themselves and fishing and relaxing and that kind of thing. I suppose the thing with it, though, is that unlike in some societies where the women sort of get left with the children, in this society everybody helps look after the children, so you could easily, everyone is good at childcare, and you very often would be looking after other people's children, so there's not that burden so much on the women. And of course they've got this financial independence, which is what is so much of a struggle for women all over the world when they have children. Often that is a real problem in terms of equality.
But what do you think outsiders make of it when, as they do increasingly now, when they encounter this society from outside?
Yeah, it's really changing, actually. I mean, that's one thing that Chu Wai-hong was saying, that over the years that she's been living there, she sort of lives there part-time, and, the influence of Chinese tourists and so on has really changed the culture a little bit. And also, people are very fascinated with this idea of creeping around at night and the women not being judged for however many lovers they take. Actually, she says, it's quite unusual for women to have lots of lovers. Normally they do sort of really have a boyfriend or something that elsewhere we could probably understand. I don't know, you're a father, Max, and you as well, Mike, I think. How would you feel about not really sort of connecting with your own children?
Well, I don't know. I think the idea of having a degree of responsibility removed from what we in the West call the man of the household would be quite liberating. And also, you can find your own children a bit irritating at times. Sometimes other people's children are more fun. I don't know. What do you think, Mike?
I think the idea of sort of having a more communal upbringing for the children, I think, is quite interesting. From what I understood of the community, Rebecca, maybe the dads don't have much responsibility, but the uncles seem to get quite a lot of responsibility. And I mean, that can be quite refreshing as well. I think it's a question of balance. I think if everybody is bought into it and everybody has the same sort of outlook towards what the standards are and what the boundaries are, I think that's fine. But I could easily see a situation where you're telling off somebody else's children and their actual parents are sort of not very happy about that, or even vice versa.
The beauty there, Mike, is that lots of the fathers wouldn't actually know that they were the fathers, so perhaps you wouldn't get into that situation.
Yeah, I think everybody would have to be on board. You couldn't sort of superimpose that idea of how society should work onto different societies without everybody having been clued up and signed up. Absolutely. Mike and Rebecca, thanks very much indeed. Thanks also to Bob and Louise, who were with us earlier, and the rest of the Witness History team for their contributions this week. And they'll be beavering away to bring us more insights into events and people from the past when the History Hour returns. Until then, this is Max Pearson from me and the whole team. Thanks for listening. Goodbye.
You're listening to the BBC World Service on News 24, KCRW's all news channel.
You're listening to KCRW's 24-hour news channel. KCRW is a nonprofit public radio station based in Los Angeles. Become a member and support this vital community service. Go to kcrw.com/join to learn how.
the BBC World Service, The Climate Question, with me, Greer Jackson, and Neil Brazell.
President Biden says the U.S. is ready to lead the fight against climate change. He's hosting a summit this week to urge countries to do more.
But will the US lead by example?
We are the second largest emitter right now, and historically, we are the largest emitter. So we have contributed the most to this problem of climate change, and everyone is asking, what will we do about it?
American officials are furiously trying to come up with an answer.
But given the US has just spent 4 years shunning the climate scene, are they a credible leader?
You know, the rest of the world is quite familiar with US politics now, and there will be some leeway given.
Europe is certainly very happy to see the United States back in the climate agenda.
Because underneath all the talk of cooperation on climate, there's a fierce battle for the jobs of the future.
Hear all about it after the news.
BBC News. Hello, this is Jerry Smith. Fans, former players and politicians have condemned plans by 12 of Europe's biggest football clubs to form a breakaway league. Supporters have been fiercely critical, and politicians have accused the 12 clubs from Britain, Italy and Spain of greed. Players have also joined in the condemnations. Danny Murphy is a former Liverpool midfielder.
It's beyond belief, actually, that they can think that they can put this idea forward and for it just to be brought in smoothly and everyone accept it. That's just a complete lack of understanding of our game, our traditions, what we love about football, what's in our hearts when we go and watch football and when we play the game.
The team say the plan will help restore finances badly damaged by the coronavirus pandemic. The European football's governing body UEFA has threatened to ban the clubs and players involved. The American space agency NASA is attempting for the first time to fly a drone on Mars, which it hopes will transform the way planets can be explored. Horvath Griep is from the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
One of the things that a helicopter is very well suited for is just looking around, scouting. You can traverse places, without being hindered by the terrain. And so it could do those kind of scouting missions for future rovers, perhaps, or even for astronauts.
The flight attempt, which involves a small twin-rotor helicopter lifting 3 meters off the surface of Mars for 30 seconds, should already have taken place. But information on whether it's been successful will take some time to reach Earth. The rotors on the Ingenuity helicopter must spin much faster to launch on Mars because of the thin atmosphere. Allies of the Russian opposition activist Alexei Navalny say they're seeking urgent clarification about the state of his health in prison, days after they warned that he could die at any minute. Mr. Navalny's chief of staff, Leonid Volkov, said lawyers were heading to the penal colony where he's on hunger strike to demand he be moved to intensive care and given access to his own doctors.
The previous history of Alexei Navalny being poisoned by Novichok, it's quite clear why he wants to be treated by the doctors trusted by him. Moreover, this is also his right, which is granted by the Russian Penal Code.
Mr. Volkov said they had no new information on Mr. Navalny's health since Friday. Washington has warned Russia of serious consequences if the Kremlin critic dies. Just over half of American adults have now received at least 1 dose of coronavirus vaccine. The US Centers for Disease Control says that almost 1/3 of adults have also been fully vaccinated. But on Sunday, the top COVID advisor, Dr. Anthony Fauci, warned that the US remained in a precarious situation. BBC News. Delhi, the Indian city worst affected by coronavirus, has announced a week's strict lockdown. 30% of COVID tests in the Indian capital are registering positive, and its chief minister, Arvind Kejriwal, has called the situation very serious. With the health system at breaking point, has written to the Prime Minister asking for help in tackling shortages of oxygen, beds and medicines. Emotional scenes have taken place at airports in Australia and New Zealand as people greeted families and friends after arriving on flights made possible by a new pandemic bubble scheme. Australians took flights to New Zealand for the first time in more than a year without the need to quarantine on arrival. Australia's main airline, Qantas, said all extra flights were booked out. These travellers were happy with the new freedom.
I'll be going back, they'll be coming over, we'll just be back to normal. What normal's going to be from now on, I don't know, but yeah, just really, really excited today. The feeling of travelling between Australia and New Zealand is wonderful. You know, we are so lucky where we live, it's just so wonderful to be able to come and go. So let's work hard and keep our borders safe.
New Zealanders could already visit much of Australia but face quarantine on returning home, which put most off travelling. Both countries implemented strict border restrictions early in the pandemic, helping to keep COVID cases very low. Japan is urging Myanmar's military authorities to release a Japanese journalist who was taken from his home late on Sunday. Freelance reporter Yuki Kitsuzumi has previously been detained and released since the junta seized power in February. The Dutch bank ABN AMRO says it has reached a settlement with prosecutors in the Netherlands over money laundering allegations, agreeing to pay fines of more than $500 million. Prosecutors said an investigation was continuing. BBC News.
I've been waiting for this for a long time.
Waiting for what?
I wanted to use this in the show for ages.
I have such fond memories of this song. We used to belt it out at the top of our lungs on long car journeys when I was a kid. It's a good song, but what possible editorial justification have you got for playing it on a climate programme?
Well, the chorus has been in my head a lot this year. America is back. America is back. Diplomacy is back. It's been Joe Biden's message since he became president in January. We're back. And the U.S. appears to be coming at the climate problem with the easy confidence of this song.
It's certainly a change of tune because for 4 years under Donald Trump, the U.S. was not particularly interested in climate change.
We are Exhibit A for flip-flopping. We are proven that we are fickle.
So others have stepped in to play the lead.
Everyone from China to Europe to the United States want to be the leader.
The race for leadership is on.
President Biden has fired the starting gun. He's invited 40 countries, among them the biggest polluters, to a COVID-friendly virtual summit later this week.
The April meeting will give him an opportunity to actually show what he means when he says the U.S. wants to be a world leader.
But what's the best for climate action? A single world leader or leaders?
Competition or collaboration?
That's our question for this week.
I'm Neil Rizal.
And I'm Greer Jackson, and this is The Climate Question from the BBC World Service.
A very warm welcome, Michael John. It's wonderful to have you here. It's wonderful to have a good friend back, and it's wonderful to know that we have a friend again in the White House.
A relieved Ursula von der Leyen. She's the president of the European Commission, and last month she welcomed the American climate envoy, John Kerry, to Brussels.
The European Union, as you know, is strongly committed to climate action. It is a front runner.
Simona Talia Pietra is a research fellow at a European think tank, Bruegel. He's an expert in energy, climate, and environmental policy. While the U.S. sat on the sidelines for the last 4 years, the EU has been working on new regulations, and they'd hoped that John Kerry would embrace them. But he said the U.S. still needs time to think about them. It has its own ideas on this.
And that's because there's a lot at stake. Everyone has their eyes on a much bigger prize.
So we know that the green transformation will pave the way for a massive unleash of renewable energy technologies, energy efficiency technologies, electric cars, batteries, and so on and so forth. And everyone wants to be the leader, want to be the front runner in order to really seize the occasion to readdress its economic model and ensure future economic growth and jobs. And if you take this perspective, there might be therefore a tendency to go alone. There might be a tendency to try to walk faster than others in order to basically be the front runner that sells these products all over the world.
When there are predicted to be 24 million new green jobs by 2030, you start to see why countries might compete rather than cooperate.
President Biden is making his play.
It's a once-in-a-generation investment in America, unlike anything we've seen or done since we built the interstate highway system and the space race decades ago.
Here he is unveiling the American Jobs Plan last month.
It's the largest American jobs investment since World War II. We'll create millions of jobs, good paying jobs. We'll grow the economy, make us more competitive around the world, promote our national security interests, and put us in a position to win the global competition with China in the upcoming years.
He calls it a jobs plan, but experts like Alice Hill says this is one of the most ambitious climate policies the US has ever seen.
Yeah, we've spoken to Alice before on the program. We talked to her about hurricanes. She knows a lot about climate resilience. She worked on this in the Obama White House. Today, she's with one of America's leading think tanks, the Council on Foreign Relations, and she's been studying Biden's job plan.
There's a lot about climate in it. First of all, cutting emissions in our transportation sector, a huge push for EVs, electrical vehicles, subsidies for electrical vehicles, encouragement for people to buy those vehicles and use them, moving the United States into areas that we have lagged recently and putting us again as a leader.
Part of the move to be a leader is not just about policy, but international politics. That's why Biden has called this summit.
It'll coincide with Earth Day, the day in which the Paris Agreement was signed, and that traditionally sees environmentalists march for one cause or another.
Alice says the preparations are frantic.
Well, no one's getting any sleep. They're certainly working as close to around the clock as you possibly can. Their phones are lighting up all the time with different memos, proposals, ideas needed to be generated and then cleared through this cumbersome process that we have to get all parties across the federal government in agreement. And then finally, it's rolled up into something that is commonly called a deliverable.
A deliverable, like a target to reduce emissions by 2030. The U.S. currently doesn't have one. Every country that signed the Paris Agreement back in 2015, including the U.S., agreed to produce a rolling target of emissions reductions.
But because Donald Trump pulled the US out of the Paris deal, none of that work has been done. And now the US government is trying to compress years of work into less than 100 days.
Someone else who's perhaps not getting much sleep is John Kerry. He's been all over the place with the America is back message, not just Brussels, Paris, London, Delhi, Abu Dhabi, and the Bangladeshi capital, Dhaka.
In fact, just a few hours ago, had lunch with President Biden's climate envoy, John Kerry. He arrived this morning and he just left, I think, a few minutes ago.
Professor Salim al-Haq directs the International Center for Climate Change and Development.
There was about, I think, half a dozen officials from the U.S. side on their side of the table and about a dozen people on our side of the table. The menu was very nice, a four-course menu with Bangladeshi delicacies, particularly the hilsa fish. He did try the fish and he liked it a lot.
Tuck that one away should Kerry ever show up at your door.
Yeah, one to put forward for dinner. We'll hear more about that lunch in a minute. Right now, let's stick with Kerry zooming around the planet. As we record this, he's in China.
And on the menu there is trouble. He's trying to mend fences after an incident last month.
You may have seen the display in Alaska when our Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, met with the Chinese. It was a unusually frank discussion within diplomatic circles.
It started politely enough.
Today, we'll have an opportunity to discuss key priorities, both domestic and global, so that China can better understand our administration's intentions and approach.
Secretary Blinken wasn't blinking when he eyeballed the Chinese delegation.
We'll also discuss our deep concerns with actions by China, including in Xinjiang, Hong Kong, Taiwan, cyber attacks on the United States, economic coercion toward our allies.
Then it was time for the Central Foreign Affairs Commission of the Chinese Communist Party to speak. At the time, he was the highest-ranking Chinese politician to speak on China-US relations since Biden's term began.
我现在讲一句，你们没有资格在中国的面前说。
An interpreter delivered Yang Jieqi's words to the Americans.
China will not accept the unwarranted accusations from the U.S. side. In the past several years, China's legitimate rights and interests have come under outright suppression, plunging the China-U.S. relationship into a period of unprecedented difficulty.
Unprecedented difficulty. That takes some doing.
Yeah, these are two countries which didn't even talk for years and whose soldiers fought a bloody war in Korea in the 1950s. Their differences today are not simply the product of the Trump presidency, which made a point of criticizing China so frequently it became a meme.
China, 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 China.
And today, with President Biden, represents unprecedented difficulty.
You go over to China, 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 you take China, China.
This matters for climate change, of course, because these two are the largest emitters, and without cooperation, there is no hope of the world meeting its targets.
We've been speaking to someone in Beijing about this, Dr. Henry Hie Wang, advisor to the government and founder of the think tank Center for China and Globalization.
We need to probably stop for a moment. Let's give a break and let's have something else to talk about so that we can reset of the pace and then reset a bit of the mind and then let's restart on something positive.
So it sounds like what you're saying is that cooperation on climate could be the basis for cooperation in other areas.
Yeah, I think that cooperation on climate, if we can do that well, I see this can really serve as a good example that we can work together. Let's not use this occasion to do politics or really picking on other issues of each other, domestic development or human rights. Every country has its own human rights issues. But I don't want to see another Alaska, things happening and criticizing each other, things like that.
The US's climate envoy, John Kerry, has said he wants to separate climate from other issues, though it's not entirely clear how easy that will be.
But while rich countries are competing for economic and political power, others are worrying about how they'll even survive rising seas, extreme weather, and all the other doomsday predictions.
Let's get back to that lunch in Bangladesh, a place already feeling these effects. Professor Huck also advises the Climate Vulnerable Forum, a collection of 48 countries disproportionately affected by climate change.
Now, what were you asking Mr. Kerry to deliver at lunch?
First ask is to ensure that we actually deliver the 1.5 degree global goal. So the number one ask is for all countries, including the United States of America, to put up much more ambitious targets for reducing their emissions and going to net zero as quickly as they can. The second ask is on money.
Developing countries signed up to the Paris Agreement 6 years ago, in part because of the financial help offered to help them prepare for a changing world. Each year, $100 billion of new funding was promised from rich countries.
We don't know exactly how much of the 100 billion has actually been delivered. The estimates, best estimates are in the order of maybe 80 billion has been delivered, but there's no clear accounting of where it is. It's very confusing.
No, just on that, Professor, it's interesting. I was looking at a paper which came out last month about this that found that even of that 80 billion figure, that maybe half of that was money that was going to be promised anyways, and that this 100 billion figure is supposed to be new money, and that so it may be as low as 43.
Yes, you're quite right. But many of them have double counted old promises and counted them again. But the other side of the equation is what countries who receive money would do with it. And as I said, there are two big areas in which they would operate. One is to reduce their emissions of greenhouse gases, and so moving from, say, coal-based power generation to solar or wind-based power generation costs extra money. And then the other side of the equation that I mentioned, particularly for the more vulnerable, assisting the poor communities in those countries to adapt, to prepare themselves to deal with the higher temperatures that are going to release all kinds of impacts, from more floods to more cyclones to sea level rise, more droughts. And the poorer countries need to be supported to help them cope with that. That's the part of the promise that was made that hasn't been well kept at all.
More than a dozen developing countries are invited to President Biden's Earth Day summit. This money is going to be high in the agenda for many of them. And the hosts? Let's go back to Washington.
I mean, poorer ones are going to be even worse hit than the US, and there's a target, a Paris Agreement target of $100 billion annually for this, but it's not happening. I know President Biden talks a lot about climate justice. Are you expecting this from him, or more from him on this?
The Green Climate Fund, the $100 billion, countries have not met it, and the United States has not met its commitments. I anticipate at the April 22nd summit, you'll hear more about this from the Biden administration, because that has to be a central pillar for it to have credibility worldwide. What's the plan to help those who need the help the most?
And so the US is using this summit to establish itself as a leader on climate change. But domestic politics could get in the way of that. Though Democrats hold the majority in Congress, it is a slim majority. And the other party, the Republicans, is not so interested in climate change.
But the Republican Party writ large hasn't had a climate position. President Trump never had one. It's now a one-party issue.
If President Biden's domestic plans face stiff opposition, what hope for foreign aid? Well, developing countries want not only the $100 billion to prepare for climate change, they also want money to compensate for the damage they're already experiencing. Leaders need followers. So will the U.S. oblige?
Mr. Kerry did acknowledge that climate change is a reality, it is happening, but he said that we're going to have a hard enough time getting them to fund mitigation and adaptation. I don't think we'll be able to get them to fund loss and damage. He didn't say it in exactly those same words, but that was the implication, that getting things through Congress would be more difficult for Biden, even with the best will in the world.
Did you have a sense at the end of that lunch, as you watched Mr. Kerry and his entourage step into what presumably were black SUVs and drive away, that, like, you know, when are we going to see these guys again? You know, in 4 years, it could very easily be a different administration with completely different priorities. I mean, how much faith can you put in American leadership anymore?
Well, after the last 5 years, particularly from Obama to Trump, the faith has gone down a lot. Mr. Obama made a promise, and Mr. Trump reneged on that promise. Okay? For a very, very long time, their reputation has gone to shreds because of that. Mr. Biden hopefully will try and recover, but it's a long way to go. He has to do what he can do during his tenure and lock in for the future what needs to be done for the future in a way that cannot be reversed.
What we do in the next 4 years can really be a game changer for our global action against climate change.
Simona Taliapetra again.
And let me say that the United States is not only the federal government, it's different states, local authorities, the cities, the private sector, that we see being really increasingly committed to climate action, even under Trump's years. So I don't think we need now to think about the next US president. We need to think about what we will be delivering over the next 4 years and what we can be delivering together again.
Cooperation and collaboration seem to be the words on everyone's lips this week, but
isn't competition a good thing in this? If we're facing a climate emergency, don't we want people racing to have the best technology?
No, absolutely. There is a very positive component here, but the problem is that today we have new technologies that, and I think here at green hydrogen, for example, that still needs to get to the scale that are really necessary to kickstart a cheap rollout all over the world. And that is the reason why international cooperation in that specific early phase of the development of such a technology could help. So it would be great to have this collaboration in green hydrogen, for example.
Advancing tech quickly isn't the only benefit on Simona's mind.
We really need to have the transatlantic cooperation work, because otherwise we cannot expect also other countries to, and I think China, to accelerate their own climate action.
Right, so what you're saying is it's not just about power, this is also about money, and it's not only the US and the EU that are batting, it's also China as well. And what's at stake here is that if we're all competing rather than collaborating, we could see slower action on climate change as a result.
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
If we don't cooperate, that means we could just all burn up. And so you have to step back and say, I hope the incentives align so that we can get real action. I think that many people that I speak with simply don't understand the stakes here. But the kind of change that we will experience within a very accelerated framework will leave a landscape that's very unfamiliar, and it will bring extremes of heat that are killer heat waves. It will flood areas that have never flooded. It will destroy our bread baskets. We don't want to go there because it's so grim, but if you look at the other side of the scale, that's where we're headed right now.
What have you spotted this week, Gray, in the climate news?
So we've been talking a lot about this big virtual summit that's going to be happening under President Biden, but actually the big climate summit is something called COP, Conference of Parties. This is due to be held later this year in Glasgow, Scotland. But the British government is facing increasing pressure to delay it because of COVID, pressure from a former UN climate chief, Ivo Debor, as well as Greta Thunberg. Greta wrote on Twitter how vaccine inequality across the world meant that it may reduce attendance from low-income countries, which she says would be undemocratic. Now, the British government is reluctant to postpone it for a second time. What have you been looking at?
Well, something we've covered before on the show, electrifying Africa. About 600 million Africans still don't have electricity. It's a staggering number. In Nigeria, which has Africa's biggest population, it's thought up to half the population still isn't connected. The news is Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has spoken at an event to launch a program to electrify 5 million rural homes using solar power. And he emphasized the same themes we've been talking about today, how it creates sustainable jobs. It is not clear how quickly this will be rolled out.
And I seem to remember when we talked about this program that 5 million is still a fraction of the population. That's not very many considering how many people are in Nigeria.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So it's a population of just under 200 million people. And if the, rough calculation is about half, so, there's 100 million people, and if we're getting 5 million households, so households is more than people. So they reckon that a household has about 5 people in it. So we're looking at 25 million people. So there's still a huge gap. But, if you're one of those 25 million people, I'm sure you're saying, bring it on.
Yeah, it's a step in the right direction, isn't it?
For sure. For sure.
Well, we hope you enjoyed this week's show. If you did, please let us know by sending us an email. It's theclimatequestion@bbc.com, or give us a rating or review.
This edition of The Climate Question was produced by Jordan Dunbar with research by Zoe Gelber. The editor was Emma Rippon, and the mix was by David Crackles.
Distribution of BBC World Service in the U.S. is made possible by American Public Media with support from Avalara, simplifying sales tax compliance with cloud-based solutions. Avalara automatically integrates with more than 700 of the most widely used ERP and e-commerce solutions. Avalara, tax compliance done right. And from Magoosh, online test prep for GRE, GMAT, ACT, and SAT. Staying at home is a great time to prepare for something new with self-guided lessons and support. Magoosh.com. This is the BBC World Service. I'm Manuela Zaragoza, and in Business Daily shortly, technology has made it easier than ever to hold a meeting. And if you've been working remotely amid lockdown, well, you'll no doubt be a meeting veteran by now. But how did meetings evolve anyway? Coming up, British comedian David Mitchell gives us a lesson in the anthropology of meetings. First, the news.
BBC News with Jerry Smith. Fans, former players and politicians have condemned plans by 12 of Europe's biggest football clubs to form a breakaway league. The supporters' trust of one of the teams involved, Chelsea, called it the ultimate betrayal. But the teams from England, Italy and Spain say it will help restore finances badly damaged by the coronavirus pandemic. The American space agency NASA has attempted to fly a drone on Mars for the first time. The test aims to fly a small twin-rotor helicopter for 30 seconds to a height of 3 meters over the Martian surface before touching down. Flight data from the Red Planet will take some time to return to controllers on Earth. Supporters of the jailed Russian opposition activist Alexei Navalny say they're seeking urgent clarification about his health. The EU's top diplomat, Josep Borrell, said that the Russian authorities had a duty of care for Mr. Navalny's health. A number of European countries have eased coronavirus restrictions today. In Portugal, shopping centres have reopened and all pupils are now back in school. Restaurants and cafes can serve customers indoors. Restaurants in Slovenia and Switzerland have reopened outdoor terraces, and Swiss people can use gyms again. Meanwhile, in Delhi, the Indian city worst affected by coronavirus, a week's strict lockdown has been announced. 30% of COVID tests there are registering positive. The Dutch bank ABN AMRO says it's reached a settlement with prosecutors in the Netherlands over money laundering allegations and will pay fines of more than $570 million. Prosecutors said an investigation was continuing. And Japan is urging Myanmar's military authorities to release a Japanese journalist, Yuki Kitazumi, who was taken from his home late on Sunday. He's previously been detained and released by the military. BBC News.
Hello and welcome to Business Daily from the BBC. I'm Manuela Zaragoza. In this edition, please, not another meeting.
People talk so much about spending all day at work in meetings. It's meeting after meeting after meeting. The meeting ran on. Oh, I've got another meeting. Thursday is all meetings. What are these meetings for? We meet to discuss doing things, but no one ever refers to the time spent then doing the things the meetings have decided.
The British comedian David Mitchell on the meetingization of society. That's coming up here in Business Daily from the BBC. Every day, 55 million meetings take place in the United States. That was the figure an academic came up with in a program we did about meetings back in 2019 PC. PC standing for pre-COVID, that is. It's probably fair to assume that there are even more meetings, albeit virtual ones, happening today amid lockdowns. After all, technology has made it easier than ever to hold a meeting. But how did meetings evolve, and just how effective are they when it comes to actually getting stuff done? Well, the British comedian David Mitchell has been investigating, from ancient times to today's encounters on Zoom.
Almost a decade ago, one Saturday in October, 500 protesters turned up in the square beside St Paul's Cathedral. This was the London version of the Occupying movement, and they were there to set up camp. It was quite a scene. The anti-capitalists with their chants and banners, the famous old cathedral, and all in the middle of the City of London, the square mile led by a Lord Mayor and his livery companies, and full of banks. So the stage was set, the protesters, the church, and the city in this rather symbolic tableau. And what happened next? Well, after the protesters had worked out if it was still okay to get lunch from Pret, and the church people had cast worried looks skyward, and the city people had checked the markets, there was really only one thing they could do.
We called a meeting.
Yeah, I think we had a meeting.
A meeting, I guess.
So they all did the same thing. Not together, of course.
It kind of spooked the authorities, both the City of London and St Paul's at first.
This is Pete Broadbent, the Bishop of Willesden in northwest London.
They retreated into the chapter house, which is behind the cathedral, sat at their big long oak table and had a formal meeting at which different views were expressed about how on earth you deal with this on your doorstep.
So they essentially met under the setting of a costume drama, really, where people in the 17th century would meet for a meeting.
Indeed, you're surrounded by pictures and portraits of the deans all around the walls. It's got a very formal atmosphere. It's what you might think of as a classic church-type meeting. And meanwhile, outside, 500 people were deliberating in a very different way.
So on the first day, there wasn't even a microphone. It was just people on the steps.
Kat Brogan, a poet and teacher and one of the activists who was there from the start of the protest.
And someone was speaking, and then I would literally just repeat what they had said to further down the crowd, like without a microphone, just with my loud voice. I think what was really new about it was the hand signals. There was an agreed communication method, almost like if you were diving.
They had signals for agreeing, for disagreeing, for raising a point of order, and for voting. And there was the one that Kat describes as the rolling sea kind of signal, tumbling your hands over in the air, which meant hurry up and get to the point. The Occupy movement's meetings were designed to be different. Whether they were any better at getting things done, we'll leave that to others. But the church, the city, the protesters, they all met a lot.
I honestly really don't like meetings, and I try to avoid them like the plague if I possibly can.
A bishop, is that a meetings-heavy job?
Oh, I mean, we spend half our life in meetings.
He spends half his life in meetings. And as we all know from bed adverts, we spend nearly half our lives asleep. So if you add a bit of time for eating, that's basically a meeting, eating, and sleeping lifestyle. What time is left for doing the things we plan to do in the meetings? People talk so much about spending all day at work in meetings. It's meeting after meeting after meeting. The meeting ran on. Oh, I've got another meeting. Thursday is all meetings. What are these meetings for? We meet to discuss doing things, but no one ever refers to the time spent then doing the things the meetings have decided. You might get the impression, listening to these programs, that I'm someone who doesn't particularly relish the prospect of a meeting. And you'd be right. I'm certainly a meeting skeptic. But talking to people during the COVID restrictions has been an opportunity to reflect on the aspects of meetings that aren't about their ostensible purposes. How we come together, the rhythm of our lives, and how it's helpful to sit in a room with fellow humans and realize they aren't quite as annoying as we sometimes imagine them to be. But of course, meeting in the time of COVID doesn't mean meeting. We've taken the meeting out of meeting, and what's left? Zoom. And because of Zoom, the mundane meetings that make up daily life have got a bit more attention. Handforth happened.
They now elect a chairman.
No, they can't. There's such a vice chair's here. I take charge.
And the man who appeared for a meeting on screen as a cat.
I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
And the man who was upside down.
I'm sorry, Mr. Emmer?
Yes.
Are you okay?
I am. You're upside down, Tom. I don't know how to fix that.
It's been a strange few months. So how did we reach the evolutionary point where we're gathering to shout at each other on screens in the name of local democracy? The Dutch sociologist Wilbert von Vrey has spent a lifetime studying the story of meetings, from the campfire to Zoom. He wrote a book called Meetings, Manners and Civilization, The Development of Modern Meeting Behavior. Thanks for doing this.
Thanks for having me.
If you want a 5-minute history of several millennia of meetings, Wilbert is your man.
I'm waiting for your questions.
Broadly speaking, he says it goes like this. Hunter-gatherers met around a campfire to talk things over and make plans. Then, as communities settled and got bigger, groups of warriors and priests started to hold their own meetings.
They made the most important decisions about life and death, about war or no war, what to do in case of calamities like fire or flooding or whatever. So those warrior councils became models.
And in the Middle Ages, I believe in some European countries, meetings were known as a thing.
Yes.
And is that the same root as a thing, as in an object, or?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And is that a sign that there was something fundamental? If it's a thing, people now about parties or gatherings or a launch, some nebulous event might be referred to as a thing. There's some sort of thing tonight. Are you going to the thing later? But the earliest thing was a meeting.
Yes, yes, and that was the name of it. That kind of relatively small meetings of armed men, farmer warriors.
And how did they stop at these things? If everyone's turning up with weapons, how did they stop it degenerating into a fight?
Well, there could be violence in the meeting itself too. I think that one of the developments of meeting history is that the meetings became more and more peaceful. It was a big problem to have enough self-control at moments that the temperature increased and your enemy is there too, and what are you going to do? So there was a very strong rule in those meetings, those things, to not exercise any form of violence.
So the way the things would work is that violence becomes taboo. Because here in Britain, because we're tremendously antiquarian in so many ways, in our parliament, all of the MPs, they still have, as well as a hook for their coat, they have a special hook for their sword. The convention was that you don't go into parliament with your sword, because obviously there's a risk people start drawing them and settling the issues through violence. And they still have a sword hook now. It's this sort of ancient taboo against violence in the meeting place.
Yeah, a good example is our chairman's gavel. It developed from a double-bladed axe, I think.
Oh.
That was used in those things to keep order.
So it's a vestigial axe. The gavel that makes people shut up used to be the axe that really made people shut up.
Exactly, and then you see the axe is more a weapon. The gavel is more civilized.
Although you can do quite a lot of damage with a gavel, I'm sure.
Sure, you can, but it's not so sharp as a axe.
Definitely, I would prefer a beating with a gavel to a beating with an axe.
Exactly. That's it. So if more people became interdependent from each other, had to take each other in account, you cannot fight all the time. So weapons are being replaced by words.
So words replaced weapons. Though it was a slow process. Wilbert's book describes how people would sometimes gather on opposite sides of a river just to keep a meeting peaceful. Maybe that's one for Hanforth to think about. They were the parish council that had an extremely bad-tempered meeting on Zoom that then went viral thanks to the virus.
You have no authority here, Jackie Weaver. No authority at all.
You just kicked him out. But I wonder whether the fact that it was on Zoom was what made it so bad-tempered. And in fact, maybe the river had the same effect with the meeting of warriors. The fact is that when people meet, they don't usually have a fight. People are shy. People aren't violent. Some people, perhaps the warriors with the river between them, would be ashamed that if they actually met, they wouldn't start hitting each other with swords. They'd just go, oh, hello, excuse me. The next chapter in our brief history is when monarchs and aristocrats started to lose their hold on power. Important decisions have to be taken somewhere else, and a familiar type of person emerges, what Wilbert calls the meetings class.
It started in the Netherlands during the time of the Republic. There was no aristocracy anymore. So there were urban elites who had to decide about the state questions. And in general, you can say, if the power differentials decrease, people are forced to hold more often meetings.
So this meetings class runs things, either in Parliament or in other organisations that adopt parliamentary rules for their meetings. And then we fast forward a couple of centuries, and the story of the meeting moves on to the office meeting.
Lots of people who never participated in meetings, because the meetings was something the elites did. The working men didn't go to meetings. But then they had to hold and participate in meetings since, I think, Second World War about.
Oh, right. So it's comparatively recent, because there's been a proliferation of, I suppose, more and more people who work in offices, more white-collar working, less industrial manufacture, certainly in the West. So more and more people were having meetings, and they hadn't previously.
Yes, yes.
And what was the early advice to people in the 1950s in an office space having regular meetings for the first time in their lives?
Most of those meeting books focus on getting consensus. So listen to each other, deep discussions. And so it's very idealistic, I think.
Whole libraries of books are written on how to run meetings and how to behave in them. People near the top of large organizations seem to spend their time on little else. She's in a meeting. Or he's in a meeting. The CEO of a FTSE 100 company could theoretically be a man. Wilbert's work on meetings is inspired by sociologist Norbert Elias, who wrote a book about what he called the civilizing process. Table manners, sexual behavior, bodily functions. All of these are governed by rules which evolved over time. And the same is true of meeting behavior. But while pretty much all of us use knives and forks and prefer to confine certain things to the bathroom or bedroom, we don't all seem to have bought into meetings with quite the same enthusiasm. The success rate of meetings is lower than other forms of civilized interaction. Take lunches, for example. They almost always work. Can you remember going to a lunch with people where people have failed to have lunch? You will go to the lunch. By the end of the lunch, you will have lunched. Basically, lunch works. Meetings don't work at anywhere near an equivalent rate. It's a failure of the civilizing process. The meetingization of society, as Wilbert calls it, hasn't gone as well as the rest of civilization.
We have to learn to hold better meetings, I think.
Some of us are resisting it. Are we right to, or is it just like refusing to use a lavatory because it's boring?
1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Yeah, that sounds good. Hi, I'm Russell Kane, and I'm a stand-up comedian.
You're particularly interested, I believe, in the concept of introverts and extroverts. Would you say humanity is divided into introverts or extroverts, or is it more of a spectrum, or is it a spectrum where people tend to cluster at either end?
Definitely there's a continuum or spectrum there, and there are certainly ambiverts out there. A lot of stand-ups are ambiverts, people who sort of get all the recharging they need from the audience, and then like nothing better than to sit for 3 days like Leonardo DiCaprio's Aviator in a hotel room just getting food delivered. I don't even want to see the person delivering the food to the door, but the next night I want to be everyone's friend. So I'm a classic ambivert.
I haven't heard this term, ambivert.
So the quick, I suppose, clinical definition of introversion is you can recharge your battery and get everything you need from self, from books, films, hanging out with yourself. You don't suddenly go, just need to see people, I'm feeling down, to recharge. Extrovert, constantly, I've got to go out, I need to go to the coffee shop just to speak to someone. Yeah. So they need other human beings to recharge.
If another human being doesn't react to me, it's like I don't exist.
Indeed. But for what we're talking about, crucially, we're bringing into our workplace experts, leaders, creative people who have dispositions which one can't modify. Yeah. So what that means, just an example, I worked in advertising before I did stand-up, for example. So it was all about the killer idea to sell, I don't know, the next Vodafone payment plan, or to launch Green and Black chocolate, which was one of the last brands I've worked on. Mm-hmm. And I firmly believe that in a room of 10 people, all of whom are creative individuals, the loudmouths do not have better ideas than the shy introverted people. They are just often more forthright in getting them across, or even worse, better and more eloquent at expressing the ideas. I think that's even more dangerous. Right. So someone who can't express an idea eloquently, or maybe introverted or shy, that does not comment on the quality of their idea. Ergo, in a society where we have a bias towards extroversion, we're getting lower quality ideas and leaders rising to the top sometimes.
You see, that's fascinating. So you actually think talking loudly, talking over people is actually more honest than having this sort of devious articulacy that allows a bad idea to seem like a better idea because of the way it's presented.
But they come hand in hand frequently. There's definitely, I would suspect, and have no scientific basis for this observation, there is probably a correlation between people who are quite good at gift of the gab mixed with gabbing loudly.
And the meeting, would you say, is a place where that flaw in our whole society is laid bare, where the brilliant ideas of the introvert are prey to the shouting down of the extrovert, or the shouting down of it? Because I think you're absolutely right. There must be a correlation between being an extrovert and being articulate, because
yes,
everything takes
more
practice.
More.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
We fused. Our brains are fused, master.
Yes, exactly. We said it so loudly, it must be true. We're on the radio. We've shouted ourselves onto the radio. So all the people listening need to be quiet and listen to whatever pops into our heads, because their careful thinking has not got them this close to a microphone.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that meetings are probably really useful for resolving issues, conflict, things like let's have a face-to-face, let's sort out our differences, reviews, talked about promotion, one-on-one if you and I are going to have a creative meeting. Having worked 5 years in advertising, which I loved every day, which is brainstorm, I'm not convinced that the meeting is best for everyone.
But the trouble is, it might not be possible to say, sorry, I don't think meetings are for me. So we need to find a way of leveling the meeting playing field, of making it a place where everyone can say their bit, where the best ideas come to the fore, so that at the end, we all walk out thinking that was a well-spent half hour or 4 hours.
David Mitchell on the meetingization of society. That's it from this edition of Business Daily. We're back again at the same time tomorrow.
You're listening to Witness History on the BBC World Service. And today we're bringing you a programme from our archives, because this month marks 60 years since the trial began in Israel of Adolf Eichmann, the Nazi official in charge of the concentration camps where millions of European Jews were killed during World War II. Back in 2010, Lucy Williamson interviewed Gabriel Bach, one of the prosecutors at the trial.
It's April 1961.
Adolf Eichmann.
And inside Jerusalem's district court, the most important trial in Israel's history is about to begin.
Adolf Karl Eichmann.
In the dock, surrounded by bulletproof glass, was Adolf Eichmann, the man who 20 years earlier had run the Nazi concentration camps in Europe.
Das ist meine Aussage in diesem Gerichtsverfahren.
Watching from the prosecution bench as he took his oath was Assistant State Attorney Gabriel Bach.
All these years, we were just at the receiving end, where we could only listen to and only read about the terrible things that were happening in Europe. And now there was a possibility in the most democratic and positive way before an ordinary criminal court to depict exactly what happened there in all details and to ask for an appropriate punishment. That was something that certainly gave us a lot of satisfaction.
Preparations for the trial took 9 months, during which, for security reasons, Gabriel and his team were sequestered inside the prison where Eichmann was being held. Day after day, they sifted grimly through documents describing what went on in the Nazi death camps.
There were moments, I can tell you one moment which always sticks in my memory. Eichmann gave instructions that the first Jews from Hungary who were sent to the death camp in Auschwitz, they were forced, before they went into the gas chambers, they were forced to write postcards to their friends and their families. And Eichmann dictated what has to be on these postcards. They have to write, we are here in a lovely resort called Waldsee, beautiful excursions in the neighborhood, very light work, but not a lot of room. So therefore, please come as quickly as possible. Eichmann even added, bring good shoes with you for the excursions, so that the army, the German army, could afterwards use the shoes when the people were sent to their death. Now, when I handed in all the documents during the trial, I heard there was a person who has such a postcard and was still alive. I managed to get a hold of him. He came in late at night, and I asked him just to translate the postcard to me. And I said, what happened to your family? You can tell tomorrow morning when I call you as a witness. So I heard his story also for the first time. He described how he came to Auschwitz. He described he and his wife and his little daughter, who was 2.5 years old, and his son, 13 years old. And he described the selection there of the SS men, for the death, for the gas chambers. So they sent the wife to the left, the little daughter to the left. They asked him, what was your profession? And they said, I was an expert in the army. They said, well, to the right. And then the question of the son, how old was he? 13, 14? It took a minute, and then the SS man said, all right, run after your mother. So the witness said, I looked, and my wife was swallowed up in the crowd. I couldn't see her anymore. My son was swallowed up. I couldn't see him anymore. But my little daughter, she had a red coat, and that little red dot getting smaller and smaller. This is how my family disappeared from my life. Now, just by chance, I had a daughter who was 2.5 years old, and I had bought her a red coat 2 weeks before that. So when the witness said that, it cut off my throat completely. I suddenly couldn't utter a sound. The judges made a sign I should continue. The witness had recovered, waited for the next question. The television was on me. It took about 3 or 4 minutes, but I somehow, until I managed to recover from that. And I can tell you, until this very day, I can sit in a football stadium, or I can be in a restaurant or in a street, and suddenly I feel my heart beating, and I turn around and I see a little boy or a little girl in a red coat.
Adolf Eichmann was tried on 15 counts of crimes against humanity, war crimes, crimes against the Jewish people, and membership of hostile organizations. Part of the defense strategy was to focus precisely on the emotional kick this case carried in Israel, arguing that Israel, a Jewish nation, was not a fair place to try him. But the trial went ahead anyway, and all around Israel, people watched.
The interest all over increased tremendously all over the country. But especially, this can be said about our young people. You know, teachers told me that until the trial, most of our young people, or many of them, didn't want to hear about the Holocaust. They were a bit ashamed. After the trial, young people suddenly, the children at school and others, they wanted to visit the death camps in Poland. They wanted to hear about Jewish history in Europe. They wanted to hear about the literature and so on. So that was one of the developments. Another very important development was in Germany. There also teachers told me there were always teachers who wanted to show this to bring this into the schools, but they were never encouraged. I mean, the parents, for instance, who were Nazis, of course, they didn't want the children to be taught about that. But even the ones who were not Nazis, they did not want the children to come home when they asked, where were you? Why didn't you object? Why didn't you criticize this? Why didn't you do anything against it? So, but now, then, after the Eichmann trial, so this came into every home for an hour every evening, so they couldn't stand anymore in the way of these teachers and those prosecutors who wanted to bring these things.
Gabriel Bach remembers how in the months before the trial, he'd struggled to get anyone to talk about the Holocaust at all. Now, as the trial neared its end, the details of life in the Nazi camps had been laid bare, and there was just one question, looming larger every day. What would happen to Eichmann at the end of it? 8 months after the trial began, in December 1961, the court returned to deliver its verdict.
This is Patrick Smith calling Radio Newsreel from Jerusalem. It all happened with merciful swiftness. Eichmann, in his neat dark grey suit, pallid but controlled as always, took his seat in the bulletproof glass dock and stared stonily ahead. Never once did he venture a glance at the hundreds in the courtroom. Punctually at 9 o'clock on this grey, blustery morning, the 3 judges took their places on the bench. The president of the court, Mr. Landau, sitting under the symbol of Israel, the 7-branch candlestick, the menorah, looked long at Eichmann, then at the hundreds in the crowded court, until absolute silence prevailed. He said in Hebrew, "I open the 115th session of the trial. The court will read its judgment in this case. The accused will rise." Eichmann rose. Judge Landau continued, "Accused, the court convicts you of crimes against the Jewish people, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and of being a member of hostile organizations." Eichmann heard his verdict, which took less than a minute to deliver, standing stiffly to attention, his head tilted slightly on one side, his lips pursed. The question remains, what sentence will be passed on him?
A few days later, the court decided it was a death sentence. And so, just 2 years after Israel's Secret Service had found him hiding in Argentina and brought him to face trial, Adolf Eichmann was hanged, his ashes scattered in the Mediterranean Sea.
That was Lucy Williamson, who spoke to Gabriel Bach in 2010 for Witness History.
You're listening to the All News Channel from member-supported KCRW.
Do you like KCRW? Then like us on Facebook to get the latest news and music updates, program exclusives, and in-studio video clips. Join the conversation at facebook.com/KCRW.
Good morning. Today, the defense and the prosecution in Derek Chauvin's murder trial in Minneapolis will present their closing arguments, and then it will be up to the jury to decide. On Morning Edition from NPR News. The jury is facing enormous public pressure. It could take them weeks to come to a verdict, or they could decide in hours. I'm Noelle King.
And I'm Rachel Martin. The Chauvin verdict is being seen by some as a referendum on policing in this country. Half of all U.S. adults have had one shot of the COVID vaccine, but the other half have not. Why? Opening up the books on opioid drug makers facing litigation. And not that you need me to tell you this, but that Zoom burnout you feel is very real. It's Monday, April 19th. Actor Tim Curry is 75 years old. The news is next.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Dave Mattingly. Jurors in Minnesota will soon begin deliberations in the trial of Derek Chauvin. The former Minneapolis police officer is charged with murder and manslaughter in the death of George Floyd during an arrest last year. As NPR's David Schaper reports, closing arguments are expected today as the city braces for a verdict.
At what people now call George Floyd Square, as the intersection where he died has become a huge memorial. There is a sort of tense calm before what could be a storm when the verdict is reached. 58-year-old military veteran Ferries Morrison of St. Paul says he thinks prosecutors did a good job in presenting evidence of Chauvin's guilt, but he's not optimistic.
It's tense, but in the minority community, we're not expecting a guilty verdict, or if we are, it's going to be of the lesser charge. He needs to be convicted on all counts. It merits it.
Morrison says if Chauvin is found not guilty, the cities could explode. David Schaper, NPR News, Minneapolis.
Police in Indiana say the man who shot and killed 8 people at a FedEx facility in Indianapolis last week legally purchased the 2 rifles used in the attack. Authorities say that's despite so-called red flag laws designed to prevent people who were deemed by a judge to be an imminent risk from possessing a firearm. Police say they seized a shotgun from Brandon Scott Hull's home last year. Hull used to work at the FedEx warehouse near the Indianapolis airport. Authorities in Texas are searching for a former sheriff's deputy who's wanted in connection with the shooting deaths of 3 people in Austin. The city's interim police chief says 41-year-old Stephen Broderick knew his victims. There's no word yet on a possible motive. It was 26 years ago today, a truck bombing at the Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City killed 168 people. Logan Layden with member station KGOU says a remembrance is being held at the city's National Memorial this morning for survivors, family members of those killed, and first responders.
The 25th anniversary of the Oklahoma City bombing in 2020 was all but canceled due to the pandemic. This year, at least some people are being allowed to gather to mark it, and U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland will be there. He played a major role in overseeing the bombing investigation and the prosecution of Timothy McVeigh.
Garland led the prosecution. McVeigh was executed at a federal prison after being convicted. His co-conspirator, Terry Nichols, is serving life in prison. Public high schools in Chicago are set to reopen today for in-class instruction for the first time since they shifted to online learning more than a year ago because of the coronavirus pandemic. This is NPR News from Washington. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says more than half the adults in the U.S. have now received at least one dose of a COVID-19 vaccine. According to the CDC, nearly 130 million people in the country 18 and older have been given a shot. Separately, President Biden's chief medical advisor, Dr. Anthony Fauci, says he believes an advisory panel to the CDC will recommend later this week the use of Johnson & Johnson's single-dose vaccine be resumed. The panel urged a halt to the use of the company's vaccine after 6 women in the U.S. who received it developed rare but serious blood clots. The European Union is joining the UN in calling on Russian authorities to provide medical care to political opposition leader Alexei Navalny. As Terry Schultz reports, Navalny's health is in question as he continues a hunger strike in prison.
EU leaders are demanding Navalny be given immediate treatment by doctors of his choice at the penal colony where he's being held. Members of Navalny's organization say his health has rapidly deteriorated since he started a hunger strike more than 2 weeks ago after he says he was refused access to adequate medical care. Navalny was sentenced to 3 years imprisonment after returning from Germany, where he'd received treatment for a poisoning blamed on the Kremlin. Navalny's associates have written a letter to EU foreign ministers telling them his condition is dire and asking them to put the case front and center when they meet Monday. For NPR News, I'm Terry Schultz in Brussels.
Dow futures are down 69 points this morning. I'm Dave Mattingly in Washington.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include the Kauffman Foundation, working together with communities to break down barriers and prepare all people for success in their jobs and careers as employees or entrepreneurs. More online at Kauffman.org.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Rachel Martin.
And I'm Noel King. Today, the prosecution and the defense will make their closing arguments to the jury in Derek Chauvin's murder trial.
For nearly 3 weeks, jurors heard testimony from police, medical experts, and members of George Floyd's family. They watched videos of Floyd dying under Chauvin's knee from every angle. This week, the jury will begin deliberation.
NPR's Layla Fadel is covering the trial in Minneapolis. Good morning, Layla.
Good morning.
What are you expecting over the next few days?
So after closing arguments, the prosecution gets a rebuttal, and then the jury will get instructions from the judge and be sequestered as they deliberate on the 2 murder charges and the manslaughter charge Chauvin is facing. Now, this jury is very aware they're deliberating on a verdict under intense public scrutiny. Some expressed wariness during jury selection about what may happen if they decide to convict on some or all charges, or if they decide to acquit. As far as how long it will take to get a verdict, it could be hours or it could be weeks.
We just don't know. The intense public scrutiny that the jury is facing stems in part from the fact that there is more at stake here than what happens to Derek Chauvin, isn't there?
Right. A lot of people see this verdict as a referendum on race, policing, and accountability. And it's very rare in this country for a police officer to get convicted for the killing of an unarmed person. Here in Minnesota, only
one police officer has ever been convicted for killing someone. In that case, it was a black police officer that shot and killed a white woman. But the Chauvin case has been unusual, most notably because we saw police officers testify against one of their own. From the witness stand, we heard police officers call Chauvin pinning Floyd's neck to the ground for so long totally unnecessary, excessive, and a violation of police department policies. Among those who testified was the police chief, Medario Arredondo, which, as far as we know, is unprecedented. He said that Chauvin continuing to apply that level of force we watched in that video to a man that was handcuffed and on the ground was wrong.
That in no way, shape, or form is anything that is by policy, is not part of our training, and it is certainly not part of our ethics or our values.
And several police officers, as you said, testified to the same. What does Minneapolis look like right now?
Well, the courthouse is a fortress. Downtown Minneapolis is a maze of boarded up buildings. There are military-style vehicles on downtown city corners, National Guard walking around with weapons out. And you see the same thing in other parts of the Twin Cities. And a neighborhood security team of National Guard and police came under fire yesterday morning. No one was seriously injured. So the city is tense, and not only is it dealing with what is arguably the most important criminal trial regarding race and policing of this moment, people are reeling after the killing of another black man last week by police during a traffic stop in a suburb of Minneapolis. That killing has prompted renewed protests. Law enforcement have detained people, used force to disperse the crowds at night, including reports of hitting and macing journalists. Some people in the crowds have thrown fireworks, bottles, and other objects at law enforcement.
And when you talk to people there, how do they say they're feeling?
Anxious, scared, nervous, and watching the trial for a lot of people has been too hard. I met Takira Smith in George Floyd Square, and she was there with her niece, nephew, and 4-year-old son to pay respects to Floyd at the site of his killing. She says she hasn't been able to watch much of this trial.
To have that trial like live and on TV, to me, it's hurtful because you know what you did. Like, how could you not think you weren't hurting anybody? So to watch that it's killing me.
She says she's hoping for guilty on all charges and change that will make her 4-year-old son's future safer.
And Paris Layla Fadl in Minneapolis. Thanks, Layla.
Thank you.
Alexei Navalny, one of Vladimir Putin's most vocal and successful critics, is reportedly dying in a prison in Russia.
Navalny is serving a 2.5-year jail sentence for a years-old parole violation. It's a charge he dismisses, calls it just political. He's been on hunger strike for 20 days. He is protesting a lack of medical care while he's been in prison. Navalny's doctors say he is very ill at this point. Yesterday on CNN's State of the Union, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said the White House has warned Russia there will be consequences if Navalny dies.
We have communicated to the Russian government that what happens to Mr. Navalny in their custody is their responsibility, and they will be held accountable by the international community.
NPR's Lucien Kim is following this one in Moscow. Good morning, Lucien.
Good morning.
What do you know about Navalny's condition?
Well, the Russian prison service has just said this morning that it's decided to move Navalny to a hospital, that his condition is, quote, satisfactory, and that a doctor sees him on a daily basis. But in fact, we still know very little about Navalny's exact condition, and that's why his doctors sounded the alarm bells over the weekend. They published the results of one of his blood tests on social media, which they said showed he should be in intensive care and that he could die at any moment from cardiac arrest. Now, the whole reason Navalny is on hunger strike is because he says he's being denied medical attention for back pain and numbness in his legs and hands, and he says that pain might be linked to a poisoning last summer that he blames on President Putin. A team of doctors tried to visit him over the weekend, but they weren't let into the prison. If things get very bad, there is always a chance that prison authorities will resort to force feeding him.
Okay. We had you on recently on a different story, and you mentioned that Vladimir Putin would prefer for the international community to just forget about Navalny. What is the Kremlin saying right now?
Well, that's right. You know, on the level of words, the Kremlin acts like Navalny barely exists. President Putin and his spokesman don't say his name in public. And the message they're desperately trying to get across is that Navalny is insignificant, that he's a small-time huckster who's trying to insinuate himself into national politics, and he shouldn't be given the time of day. But, you know, on the level of actions, the Kremlin has launched a sweeping crackdown on Navalny's anti-corruption foundation, on his allies and on his supporters, and basically anybody who even publicizes the time and place of a Navalny demonstration. So that would seem to indicate the Kremlin does see a potential threat in him. And of course, they did put him in jail on this old conviction, and there's a great deal of suspicion as who tried to poison him in the first place, considering that a chemical weapon was used.
Yeah. The U.S. recently sanctioned Russia for hacking and interfering in U.S. elections. Let's say that the worst happens and Alexei Navalny dies in prison. Is there anything that the U.S. could do in response to that?
Well, the U.S. has already imposed sanctions over the poisoning of Navalny, and there could be new sanctions. You know, before the poisoning last summer, Navalny was very much a domestic political phenomenon in Russia, but now his poisoning and his evacuation to Germany have really turned him into a cause célèbre. The whole world is watching now, and the European Union has also said it would take action.
NPR's Lucian Kim in Moscow. Thanks, Lucian.
Thank you.
All right, starting today, every American over the age of 16 is eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine.
Right, but big question now, is everyone going to want it? We know vaccine hesitancy is still a problem in some communities in the U.S., and there was hesitancy even before the Johnson & Johnson vaccine was temporarily taken out of circulation after a small number of women who took it developed blood clots.
NPR's Allison Aubrey is with us. Good morning, Allison.
Good morning, Noelle.
So everyone over the age of 16 in every state now eligible.
That's right. Teenagers age 16 and 17 have one option. That's the Pfizer vaccine. Adults 18 and up can get either Pfizer or Moderna. For now, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is off the table as the rare blood clots are being evaluated. Now, states weren't expecting much of this vaccine right now anyway, given an ongoing production issue, but this pause could be lifted later this week. In fact, the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices is set to meet on Friday. This group advises the CDC. I spoke to Patricia Stinchfield. She is a non-voting member of this committee.
I think there's no doubt that the pause does make people a little bit nervous, but I feel like it's the right thing to do. And I think in the long run, pauses like this builds confidence to say, yeah, you know, we had a pause, we looked at it, we evaluated it, we feel confident going forward.
There are a lot of directions this could go, Noelle. One possibility is that there could be some restrictions placed on the use of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, say by age. Remember, the blood clots that have been identified were in women under the age of 50.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. So everyone is now eligible, and yet around the country, there are reports kind of consistently of vaccine appointments going unfilled. There's enough vaccine, people just aren't showing up to get it.
Right, from pharmacies to clinics, there are many sites that have not seen appointments fill up as quickly as the supply has come in. Claire Hannon of the Association of Immunization Managers told me this is not limited to one part of the country.
You know, it is certain areas of the country, certain counties. They tend to be white, conservative, evangelical counties, rural areas. You know, this is where we're seeing that demand is not as high as the supply.
So the key here may be more outreach with doctors and other trusted leaders.
Claire Hannon mentioned hesitancy among white conservative evangelicals. What do we know about vaccine hesitancy in Black communities? Because early on in the pandemic, there was a ton of focus on that.
Yeah, well, a recent NPR PBS NewsHour Marist poll found 25% of Black respondents did not plan to get a shot, compared to 28% of white respondents. So not a big difference there at all. Claire Hannon says there's been a lot of successful outreach efforts.
Black doctors, Black ministers, Black nurses. There are so many Black leaders involved and engaged, getting vaccinating, being vocal about it. I think it's helping tremendously.
That's good news. But is the pause in the Johnson & Johnson vaccine going to slow that progress down? Because it did scare some people, yeah?
That's right. I mean, I have spoken to people doing outreach and vaccine education, including a doctor in Los Angeles. They tell me among the people who are most resistant, this pause has made some more skeptical, gives them reason to doubt. So I do think that the pause could add a layer of complication.
NPR's Allison Aubrey. Thanks, Allison.
Thank you, Noelle.
This is NPR News.
On the next Fresh Air, Julie Lithcott-Haynes, whose best-selling book warned parents about micromanaging their kids' lives. Her new book, Your Turn, has advice aimed at young adults trying to cope in today's world. And we'll talk about her powerful memoir, Real American, about the emotional and cultural challenges she faced growing up as a mixed-race child. Join us.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from the estate of Samir Naguib, whose bequest helps ensure access for all to quality public radio reporting and stories that encourage lifelong learning. From Carnegie Corporation of New York, supporting innovations in education, democratic engagement, and the advancement of international peace and security. More information is available online at carnegie.org. From the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, supporting those working towards a day when no one has to choose between paying rent, putting food on the table, and protecting their health and the health of others. rwjf.org. And from the Public Welfare Foundation, committed to advancing transformative youth and criminal justice reforms.
This is Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Rachel Martin.
And I'm Noelle King. Good morning. Drug companies are being sued over their role in the opioid epidemic. And a big legal question is how much those companies have to reveal. A state judge in Tennessee is weighing that question now. The case involves the maker of an opioid called Opana ER. Here's NPR addiction correspondent Brian Mann.
4 years ago, prosecutors in eastern Tennessee sued Endo Pharmaceuticals. They argued the company marketed Opana ER aggressively without the safeguards needed to keep it from being sold illegally on the streets. That same year, Endo pulled the opioid from shelves because of safety concerns. But Sullivan County District Attorney Barry Staubis says it was too late.
The damage is devastating. It has really ripped at the fabric of our community.
Staubis's lawsuit called for Endo to pay up to $2.4 billion in damages to help local governments in Tennessee respond to the opioid epidemic.
It's overdose deaths. It's people losing their jobs, losing their dignity. Almost all our crime is driven by drugs.
Normally, the question of Endo's liability in this case would be hashed out in a civil trial. That's what everyone expected. Instead, a state judge did something extraordinary. Earlier this month, Chancellor E.G. Moody handed down what's known as a default judgment, declaring Endo is liable. In legal terms, it was sort of a game over moment. According to Moody, his judgment was meant as punishment after the corporation and its attorneys repeatedly withheld key documents and made at least a dozen false statements to the court and plaintiffs. Moody writes that he found, and these are his words, a coordinated strategy between Endo and its counsel to interfere with the administration of justice. Gerard Stranch is one of the attorneys suing Endo, and it was his legal team that first complained to the court about Endo's behavior.
Endo and its lawyers conspired to hide the truth from the plaintiffs in the court. And you're not allowed to do that in discovery.
Stranch says he fights with corporations all the time to gain access to documents they don't want to share. But he claims this behavior by Endo and the company's attorneys was different.
What is so extraordinary here is the lawyers crossed the line and worked with the company to subvert the court's orders and then made false statements to the court about it. That is just breathtaking and not something that you see ever, really.
This wasn't just procedural stuff, Stabas says. During the fact-finding process, Endo testified it stopped marketing opioids to healthcare providers if their prescribing practices raised safety concerns. According to the company, once a prescriber was placed on that red flag list, they stayed on.
This was the testimony under penalty of perjury by Endo. When we got this new tranche of documents, we discovered that people went on and off it all the time.
NPR tried repeatedly to speak with Endo and the company's attorneys at a firm called Arnold and Porter about the court's judgment. Both declined comment, citing the ongoing litigation, but they did issue statements. Endo said it plans to appeal the Tennessee court's order, describing it as procedurally, factually, and legally deficient. Arnold and Porter said the law firm is disappointed by the judgment. Quote, as a firm, we are deeply committed to the integrity of the legal process. But A. Benjamin Spencer, the dean of William and Mary Law School and an expert on civil procedure, says the judge in this case found Endo and the company's lawyers crossed into dangerous legal territory.
To the extent that it involves misrepresentation and falsehoods, continued ongoing obfuscation and obstruction, I think that is extraordinary. Lawyers are supposed to know better.
This isn't the first time people suing Big Pharma over opioids have accused companies of improperly withholding documents and other information. But Spencer says the punishment handed down by the court in this case is extremely rare and reflects the gravity of misconduct identified by the judge.
Default judgment as a sanction for contempt is really extreme. You can call it the death penalty of the discovery sanctions.
While this decision is appealed, the court has already scheduled a damages trial for this summer to establish how much money Endo will have to pay for its role in Tennessee's opioid crisis. Brian Mann, NPR News.
Seems like another lifetime, but a year ago, in the early days of the pandemic, people working remotely were actually getting more work done than before. Not so much now. Zoom burnout is real, Clara Miller reports.
Kathleen Schmidt is tired of rotating her workspace between her kitchen table and her couch, tired of carrying on like it's business as usual when it's not, tired of all the emails.
At some point, you just hit a wall and you mentally feel like you cannot do a single other thing.
Schmidt is a book publicist who describes her pre-pandemic self as a real taskmaster, but for months now, she's felt completely stuck. Christy Miller knows the feeling. Pesky little things keep getting in the way of her work in retirement planning, like when her dogs start barking right as she gets on Zoom.
Okay, sorry about the dogs. Someone literally just walked by the house. I'm like, of course.
Or when she bumps a wire under her desk and her whole computer crashes. Or when she has a question, but no one's around to answer it. So like Schmidt, she gets stuck.
I think it's a lot more personal anxiety, just not having the connections in the background that I had previously.
Working from home might not be for everyone. UCLA psychiatrist Jenna Lee says it's easy to see what makes it so taxing. There are plenty of new annoyances of remote work, like waiting for a colleague to unmute themselves on Zoom. And gone are the little rewards, like seeing those colleagues face to face, grabbing coffee, or hearing the elevator ding as we headed home for the night with a sense of closure.
These are all things that are unconscious stimuli that, are such a big part of what makes our days valuable and what makes us feel just, part of the world, a part of our environment.
We're not going to get that back anytime soon. With nearly 80% of companies planning to keep remote work options beyond the pandemic, a lot of us are going to need that extra boost. So a question to ask ourselves is, what makes our days rewarding? For Angela Douglas, a project manager at FedEx, it's getting out into her garden and chatting with her sister. Those moments give her the energy to be more productive than ever. So I asked her, how'd you crack the code?
Years ago, my mother told me, she said, why are you still at work? I was like, well, I just got so much to do. And she said, won't it be there tomorrow? And I was like, what? Right. And I, left work. And I was like, it will be there tomorrow.
So go ahead and take a break. The work will still be there, but you might be able to find a moment of joy. For NPR News, I'm Claire Miller.
This is NPR News. In 2020, Russian hackers penetrated some of America's most sensitive computer systems and were roaming around in them, reading emails, perhaps stealing or even changing things.
They were able to get access to some very sensitive companies and government organizations without getting caught for quite a while.
What the Russians did to hack SolarWinds and how America is responding this afternoon on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Dave Mattingly. Closing arguments are expected today in Minnesota in the trial of Derek Chauvin. The former Minneapolis police officer is charged with murder and manslaughter in the death of George Floyd during an arrest last year. Chauvin has pleaded not guilty to the charges. Police in Indianapolis say the gunman who killed 8 people at a FedEx facility last week legally purchased the 2 rifles used in the attack. Darian Benson with member station WFYI says authorities are investigating how the 19-year-old got around so-called red flag laws.
Last year, the shooter's mother contacted the FBI, warning he might commit suicide by cop. This prompted authorities to seize a shotgun from him using Indiana's so-called red flag law, which also would have allowed officials to bar him from buying another gun. But both weapons used in Thursday's shooting were purchased after the earlier incident, and investigators want to know how that could happen.
Police say the suspect used to work at that FedEx warehouse near the city's airport and took his own life. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says more than half the adults in the U.S. have now received at least 1 dose of a COVID-19 vaccine. That's nearly 130 million people. Later this week, an advisory panel to the CDC is expected to decide whether to recommend the use of Johnson & Johnson's single-dose vaccine be resumed. This is NPR News. India continues to see record jumps in new coronavirus infections amid a shortage of vaccines, hospital beds, and other medical equipment. Shashmita Pathak reports.
TV news in India shows rows of funeral pyres cremating those who died of COVID-19. COVID patients are sharing beds in hospitals and lying on the floor, or worse, dying in the parking lot. This video on social media shows a man crying outside a hospital in Western India after a sick relative dies in a car while waiting to be admitted. India confirmed nearly 274,000 new cases Monday, but Prime Minister Narendra Modi and other politicians are continuing massive rallies in states holding local elections this month. For NPR News, I'm Sushmita Pathak in Hyderabad, India.
Britain's Prime Minister Boris Johnson says he's canceling this week's trip to India because of spikes in new coronavirus cases in that country. Johnson was hospitalized last year with COVID-19. Russia's prison authority says political opposition leader Alexei Navalny is being moved to a prison hospital amid his ongoing hunger strike. Navalny's supporters say the 44-year-old's health has deteriorated rapidly since Navalny began his protest more than 2 weeks ago. I'm Dave Mattingly in Washington.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from the Kauffman Foundation, working together with communities to break down barriers and prepare all people for success in their jobs and careers as employees or entrepreneurs. More online at Kauffman.org. From Carla Itzkovich, whose gift in memory of Moises Itzkovich, founder of the Moises Itzkovich Foundation, helps provide public radio news and information to communities around the world. And from listeners like you who donate to this NPR station.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Noelle King.
And I'm Rachel Martin. Good morning. Half of all adults in the U.S. have now received at least one shot of a coronavirus vaccine. And as of today, everyone 16 and older is eligible to get vaccinated in every state. But the challenge is going to be getting the second half of the population vaccinated. NPR's Allison Aubrey has been looking into that question and joins us now. Good morning, Allison.
Good morning, Rachel.
I mean, this is great news. Eligibility is opened up everywhere, right?
That's right. Yes. Teenagers age 16 and 17 have one option. That's the Pfizer vaccine. Adults 18 and up can get either Pfizer or Moderna. For now, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is off the table as the rare blood clots are being evaluated. Now, states weren't expecting much of this vaccine right now anyway, given an ongoing production issue. But this pause could be lifted later this week. In fact, the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices is set to meet this Friday. The group advises the CDC, and I spoke to Patricia Stinchfield. She's a non-voting member of the committee.
I think there's no doubt that the pause does make people a little bit nervous, but I feel like it's the right thing to do. And I think in the long run, I think pauses like this builds confidence to say, yeah, we had a pause, we looked at it, we evaluated it, we feel confident going forward.
There are a lot of directions this could go, Rachel. One possibility is that there could be some restrictions placed on the use of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, say by age. Remember the blood clots we're seeing in women under the age of 50.
Right. So is there any evidence, Allison, though, that this pause in the J&J vaccine has led to hesitancy among women or other folks who may have been on the fence about getting vaccinated in the first place?
Among the healthcare providers I've spoken to, Rachel, this pause has led to some concerns among people who may already be hesitant, including some pregnant people or those considering having a child. I talked to Dr. Laura Riley. She's one of the authors of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists guidance policy on vaccination during pregnancy. She says she understands the concerns.
The J&J stop, I'm sure, has, thrown some people back on their heels. And so I think the purpose of the pause is not only, obviously you want to see are there more cases, but you also want to pause so that physicians and patients know what to do if they have the symptoms.
With so much attention on this, once the pause is lifted, people could be warned about symptoms that could be warning signs. Physicians would know how to respond if the pause were lifted and people are getting this vaccine again. She says for now, she's advising patients to go ahead and get the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines because they're available. And she's reminding people that the risks of not getting vaccinated far exceed the risks tied to the shots.
Right. But even so, we have to acknowledge around the country, there are all these reports of vaccine appointments going unfilled, even in places, which is everywhere now, where eligibility is open.
That's right. From pharmacies to clinics, there are lots of sites that report they've not seen appointments fill up as quickly as the supply has come in. And that's frustrating for everyone involved in this. Claire Hannon of the Association of Immunization Managers told me this is not limited to just one area of the country.
It is certain areas of the country, certain counties. They tend to be white, conservative, evangelical counties, rural areas. This is where we're seeing that demand is not as high as the supply.
So more outreach may be needed to help answer questions, try to convince people.
We heard her reference hesitancy among white conservatives, which is really interesting because in the beginning of the whole debate over the vaccines, there was a whole lot of attention put on Black communities and concern that they were going to be really hesitant about getting the vaccine. Not so much anymore, huh?
Yeah, well, a Kaiser Family Foundation poll back in December at the time of the rollout found 52% of Black Americans said they would wait and see before signing up. A more recent NPR PBS NewsHour Marist poll found 25% of Black respondents said they did not plan to get a shot, compared to 28% of white respondents. So, not a big difference there. Claire Hannon says there's been a lot of successful outreach efforts.
Black doctors, Black ministers,
Black nurses. There are so many Black leaders involved and engaged, getting vaccinating, being, vocal about it. I think it's helping tremendously.
Which is great news, but I imagine that the Johnson & Johnson the pause on that vaccine, there could be a risk that that's slowing down that progress.
In May, I've spoken to people doing outreach and vaccine education, including a doctor in Los Angeles, Dr. Calvin Johnson. He told me that among the people who are most skeptical, he does feel he's making progress, but among those who are the most hesitant, this pause has led to more doubt.
I think my job is going to be more difficult given the pause in the J&J vaccine. There's fear and there's anger. The thought is that they've been tricked. It's the vaccine came out too fast. It wasn't tested enough. See, I told you so.
So clearly more work to do, more meeting people where they are, answering their questions. He says, having watched so many hospitalized people die from COVID, the message he tries to communicate is that it's critical to get as many people vaccinated as quickly as possible.
Can you just give us a sense of the numbers at this moment, Allison, when it comes to the pandemic in general?
Sure. There are more than 65 or about 65,000 cases a day on average. That's been the average over the past week. Deaths have been declining down to about 700 or so a day. In terms of cases, it's mixed around the country. New York, New Jersey are seeing decline, so that's good news, but cases have been rising in hotspots, including parts of Michigan, Pennsylvania, Florida. Bottom line, virus is still circulating nationwide. Here's Dr. David Rubin of the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, who has been analyzing all the trends.
Americans have quickly retreated from any sort of social distancing. So there's kind of this mismatch right now where I think a lot of young and middle-aged adults, are, in particular, and those who are vaccine hesitant, are being swept up a bit into this long tail and a bit of a spring resurgence.
Now that eligibility is opened up, the hope is that many of these unvaccinated young adults will opt to get the shot, and that can help to put this pandemic behind us.
And a big question right now is really whether we will ever get to a level that would be considered herd immunity, right?
That's right. You hear different numbers for this. 80 to 85% of Americans need to have some protection. So you do the math and you look at what's happening now. There are clearly headwinds. The first half of the country, the first 50% of the country has received at least one shot. Now the drive is to get the second half to sign up and do it.
All right, worth repeating again, as of today, anyone in the United States age 16 and older is eligible to be vaccinated. Thanks so much, NPR's Allison Aubrey.
Thank you, Rachel.
Support for NPR health coverage comes from Procter & Gamble, maker of Align Probiotic, a daily supplement to support digestive health, containing a probiotic strain developed by gastroenterologists with 20 years of research. More at alignprobiotics.com. And from Wonkly, committed to helping self-employed workers and small businesses get their PPP loans. Application determines eligibility. More at womply.com/NPR.
This is NPR News.
Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley joins us to talk about legislation she's sponsoring that aims to end the disproportionate punishment of Black girls in school. That's next time on Hearing Now.
Breaking news, updates on evolving stories, vital context on how it all affects you and your community. Stay connected. Ask your smart speaker to play NPR.
Good morning, I'm Rachel Martin. Last week, animal welfare officers in Krakow, Poland got a call from a concerned woman. She'd spotted a strange creature in a lilac tree outside her house. She thought it might be an iguana or a bird of prey. The inspector showed up, and upon investigation, they deduced that the alleged creature was neither a reptile or a bird. It was a croissant. The officers deemed the buttery pastry to be unthreatening and encouraged residents to continue to err on the side of caution. It's Morning Edition.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from the Kauffman Foundation, working together with communities to break down barriers and prepare all people for success in their jobs and careers as employees or entrepreneurs. More online at Kauffman.org. From Carla Itzkovich, whose gift in memory of Moises Itzkovich, founder of the Moises Itzkovich Foundation, helps provide public radio news and information to communities around the world. And from listeners like you who donate to this NPR station.
This is Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Rachel Martin.
And I'm Noel King. Good morning. Some big soccer teams, including Manchester United, Chelsea, and Real Madrid, are planning to break away from their existing league to form what they are calling a, quote, super league. This is like if the Patriots, the Bears, and the Cowboys decided they were going to form a league where they only play each other. Grant Wall is a reporter with Sports Illustrated. He's here to explain. Good morning, Grant.
Good morning.
Okay, so every European country has its own domestic league, France, Italy, etc. There is a yearly European tournament called the Champions League where clubs from different countries play. These teams are now saying, no, we're not going to play in Champions. We're going to do our own thing. Why?
Well, there's much less risk, basically no risk, by starting this breakaway league. In Europe, you have to qualify every year for the Champions League. Every team does by finishing usually in the top 4 of your domestic league the previous season. That and only that gets you into Champions League. But this breakaway group, 12 of the biggest clubs in Europe are going to form their own super league in which they don't ever have to qualify for it. They know they will be in it every single year, and they will get all the revenues, which are just fantastically large, that come with that.
Okay, let's pick apart what you said there. So it is not about qualifying for the Champions League. These are really good teams anyway. They would qualify, most likely. You mentioned revenue. It sounds like this is about money and who is making the money. Explain that.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this, that qualifying is still a challenge for some teams. Like some teams in this group, like Arsenal is not going to make Champions League for next year. Tottenham Hotspur is not going to. Juventus is probably not going to. So it really does take away a sense of risk that these clubs obviously want. Now, from a money perspective, the money for this, we still don't know exactly where the money source is coming from, but we do know that JP Morgan's involved in potential managing of that. And there's a lot more questions that still need to be answered. But the bottom line is that these clubs feel like they can make a heck of a lot more money in this super league and make it every single year and know they will. And that is much more than they currently are making in the Champions League situation, which is run by an organization called UEFA, which is a governing body for European soccer.
There has been a huge amount of backlash in Europe. The existing leagues are upset about it. Prime Minister Boris Johnson in the UK is upset about it. France's president is upset about it. Why are there such strong feelings?
Well, this is not how European sports have ever been run. You know, it's very different in Europe from the United States. The NFL, Major League Baseball, the NBA, they're what are called closed shops. You know, there's no promotion and relegation based on how they perform on the sporting field. And in Europe, that's part and parcel of how sports have always been organized, that everyone has a chance in the pyramid to go up and down and succeed based on how well you play on the field. But this is a closed shop, this proposal for a Super League.
Okay. Grant Wall, a reporter with Sports Illustrated who covers soccer. Thanks, Grant. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
This is NPR News. It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Noelle King.
And I'm Rachel Martin. There's a lot we can learn from spiders. Engineering professor Marcus Buehler and his team at MIT have been studying them. They believe their research into spider silk could help create smarter 3D printers and stronger, greener building materials.
He and his team also made three-dimensional scans of spider webs and then translated those into music.
We're traveling through the spider web from one end to the other end at constant velocity. And as we go through, we're going to hear different segments of the spider web be excited, and we can hear their sounds. So when the sound is very busy in the beginning, it means there are many different types of threads connected. You hear the changes in the structure, the structural complexity in sound. Definitely sounds creepy, weird, and unusual, but you're beginning to experience a reference system like a spider, and when you walk away, you become a little bit like a spider, perhaps. Once you are able to explore the world of the spider, you could potentially communicate with the spider.
That's right. He just said you could potentially communicate with the spider.
These words aren't words in a traditional sense, but they're vibrational patterns that you're trying to generate and then play to the web and see whether we can induce the spider to respond to that in some ways.
So we asked Buehler if he thought about what his first message to the spider would be.
We're probably going to see whether we can attract the spider to come to us. I think we'll probably start by simulating some prey being caught in the web.
In other words, lunch is served.
Imagine a world where global warming has caused sea levels to rise so high that some of us live underwater, or a world run by artificial intelligence where there are some big benefits and also some huge drawbacks. Rose Eveleth is a journalist who covers the future in her podcast, Flash Forward. I talked to her about her new book of comics and essays in which she imagines some future possible worlds.
It's really important to be realistic about the future. You know, I often joke that the ways in which Flash Forward operates is kind of showing you the futures we don't want and the futures that we do want. Because, you know, it's sort of a classic problem. If you don't know what you're working against, if you don't know what could happen on the dark side, it's hard to really get energized to make that not happen, right? And this is the function of dystopian fiction throughout history, right? To sort of say like, hey, if we keep going this way or we making certain decisions, it might not actually be as good as you want. It might not be the world that you want to live in. And so that's kind of the function to me of some of these dystopian comics. It's not saying, I'm not in the business of predictions. None of the things in the book or on the show are things I think are definitely going to happen. It's more about thinking through, okay, if we make this choice, what happens? And if we make that choice, what happens?
Let's talk about one of the comics called Welcome to Tomorrowville by Ben Passmore. He's the artist. So the setup is there is a couple. They live together. We assume maybe they're married. And the mom of one of them is visiting. We assume that she's in her 60s or 70s. She doesn't really like technology. And there's a very clever thing that Ben does, which is he has one of the men say, she's a millennial. She didn't grow up with smart cities like we did. So we know that this is sometime, I am a millennial. I'm thinking like this is probably 20, 30 years in the future. Tell me about this essay, because there was a lot in it that definitely reminded me of the world we're in now.
Yeah, smart cities are a thing that if you are a technology reporter like me, you get pitched all the time, right? And it raises so many questions, like what does it mean to be smart? Smart for who? Who gets to decide what smartness is in the context of a city? Is it just sort of interconnected streetlights, or is it this bigger sort of surveillance state thing? And there's lots of ways that the smart city can be interesting and useful and helpful to people, and also ways in which it can be pretty dark. Ben's comic gets into the ways in which certain kinds of surveillance work really great for certain people and not so great for other people. And what happens when you get accidentally tagged as, dangerous or as a threat to this city by these systems. And this is a thing that we know happens, right? There's lots and lots of evidence that facial recognition systems, for example, see black faces worse than they see white faces, right? We know this from a vast body of evidence. And then kind of thinking through, what does that mean when you apply a technology like that to an entire city, right? And it's all connected and they can track you wherever you go. And, sometimes that's nice. There are some things in that comic that talk about the ways in which that can improve the lives of some people. And it can make things more convenient, and it can make things better or faster or more efficient. But at what cost, and who wins in those systems is kind of the big questions that chapter in that comic asks.
As somebody who's been studying the future for a long time, do you have an answer to that rhetorical question, who tends to win when it comes to the future?
I think that the most obvious answer is the people with power, right? People with power tend to be able to set what happens and tend to set at least the terms of the conversation at the very least. That could be political power, that could be financial power, that could be sort of socioeconomic status, it could be all sorts of things. But one of the things that I really hope to do in my work in the book and the show is to kind of remind people that you are not Jeff Bezos, right? Probably, unless you are and you're listening. I don't know.
Well, you might be.
Right. But the average person, right, doesn't have that kind of power. And it would be foolish to say, like, you alone can, make the future or whatever. But there are actually things that we can do. And the smart city is actually a great example. A bunch of folks in Toronto were able to stop Alphabet, which is Google's parent company, from installing a smart city system that they thought did not serve the community. And they were able to make that happen. Now, technically, the official reason that Google didn't do it or Alphabet didn't end up doing it was pandemic related, but I think sort of everyone agrees that there were some other things going on there. And I think that those kinds of stories are really useful because, even if you can't single-handedly set the course of the future, all of us have something that we can do, and there's always a way to get involved in sort of imagining better futures and making them happen.
Rose Eveleth is host of the podcast Flash Forward and author of the new book, Flash Forward, an illustrated guide to possible and not so possible tomorrows. Rose, thanks so much. This was really fun.
Thank you for having me.
This afternoon on All Things Considered, millions of people in the UK who said they were reluctant to take the COVID-19 vaccine have changed their minds. Why? Tell your smart speaker to play NPR or just ask for your member station by name. It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Noelle King.
And I'm Rachel Martin.
You're listening to NPR's Morning Edition on News 24, KCRW's All News
You're listening to KCRW's 24-hour news channel. KCRW is a nonprofit public radio station based in Los Angeles. Become a member and support this vital community service. Go to kcrw.com/join to learn how.
Good morning. As of today, all Americans over the age of 16 are eligible to sign up to get the coronavirus vaccine. Is the U.S. turning a corner on COVID? We'll ask Dr. Anthony Fauci this hour on Morning Edition from NPR News. Lawyers for the Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny say their client is very ill. I'm Rachel Martin.
And I'm Noelle King. Navalny's team is calling for protests later this week, the same day Vladimir Putin addresses the nation. Chicago residents demand their police department make changes after a police officer shot and killed a 13-year-old boy. We'll ask the lawyer representing Adam Toledo's family what they want. And the first results of the 2020 census are due out soon. It's Monday, April 19th. Ashley Judd is 53 today. And the news is next.
Live from NPR News, I'm Corva Coleman. Closing arguments for prosecutors and defense attorneys are set for this morning in the trial of Derek Chauvin. He's the former Minneapolis police officer charged in the killing of George Floyd. From Minnesota Public Radio, Matt Sepik reports jurors will then start deliberating charges of murder and manslaughter against him.
The prosecution and defense will each present highlights of their cases. University of St. Thomas law professor Mark Osler says he expects the prosecution to replay video of Floyd's death under Chauvin's knee and remind jurors of key testimony. He says the defense has struggled to craft a counter-narrative. If jurors convict Chauvin, Osler says the judge will call them back to consider aggravating factors.
The government wants to enhance that sentence above the guidelines. And to do so, they need a jury finding of the supporting facts to do that.
Without the aggravating factors, Chauvin faces a 12.5-year sentence if he's found guilty of the most serious charge. For NPR News, I'm Matt Sepik in Minneapolis.
Proceedings will get underway in about 4 hours. Beginning today, all adults in the U.S. are eligible for COVID-19 vaccination. NPR's Allison Aubrey reports this comes amid an ongoing pause in the use of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
Though supplies remain tight in some areas, vaccines produced by Moderna and Pfizer are now widely available. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky says the administration continues to work with pharmacies, states, and FEMA to make sure the vaccine supply remains robust across the country. Given the thousands of new cases each day, Walensky says widespread vaccination is the only way the country can ultimately move past the pandemic.
If you have not been vaccinated, I want to encourage you to do so with one of the available vaccines as soon as you can.
The Pfizer vaccine is authorized for use in people 16 and older. The Moderna vaccine is authorized for use in adults 18 and older. Allison Aubrey, NPR News.
The European Union is warning Moscow that the health and safety of opposition activist Alexei Navalny is the Kremlin's responsibility. Terry Schultz reports the EU says Navalny is on a hunger strike and must be given immediate access to adequate medical care.
Allies of Alexei Navalny have written to EU foreign ministers asking them to put Navalny's health on the agenda at their meeting Monday. In the letter, they say he has numbness in both legs and one hand, along with severe pain in his back. EU Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell issued a statement demanding Navalny be allowed treatment from doctors he trusts.
Terry Schultz reporting. Russian authorities say Navalny has now been moved to a hospital for prisoners and that he is seeing a doctor daily. This is NPR. Police in Austin, Texas are searching for a former sheriff's deputy wanted in connection with the shooting deaths of 3 people. Authorities lifted a shelter-in-place order and say the slayings in Austin are linked to a case of domestic violence. They say all the victims were known to the suspect, Stephen Broderick. Police in Sacramento say 4 officers were injured on Saturday during a racial justice protest at the California State Capitol. From member station KQED, Julia Chang has more.
Around 9 p.m. Saturday, the Sacramento police tweeted that roughly 50 demonstrators were gathered at the Capitol. The crowd was protesting the recent police killings of Adam Toledo in Chicago and Dante Wright in Minnesota. Police also said there were 2 reports of vandalism and some individuals threw rocks at officers while marching downtown. 4 officers were hospitalized after being sprayed with an unknown liquid irritant, according to the police, but have since been released. No arrests were reported as of Sunday morning, but police are continuing to investigate the incident, which resulted in injuries to officers. For NPR News, I'm Julie Chang in San Francisco.
The co-founder of the major software company Adobe Incorporated has died. Chuck Geschke was 81. He and John Warnock met at the Xerox company. They left in 1982 to create Adobe. The company helped develop portable document format technology, better known as PDFs. Other groundbreaking Adobe products include Photoshop and Acrobat. In 2009, President Obama presented Geschke and Warnock with the National Medal of Technology. I'm Corva Coleman, NPR News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Aspiration, a digital banking alternative designed for people who care about the environment. Customers can plant a tree with every swipe of their debit card to offset their carbon footprint. Aspiration.com/green.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Noelle King.
And I'm Rachel Martin. Good morning. We have hit another milestone in the race to vaccinate the U.S. against COVID-19. Half of American adults have now received at least 1 shot. And as of today, all Americans age 16 and up are eligible to sign up for their dose. How many will actually do it? We're going to turn now to Dr. Anthony Fauci, the Biden administration's chief medical advisor. Dr. Fauci, thanks for joining us again.
Good to be with you.
So as noted, at least 50% of American adults have gotten at least 1 dose, which is great. Now that every adult is eligible, what is the best case timeline for everyone to be vaccinated?
Well, we are hoping that we get there by July. By the end of May, there will be enough vaccines to vaccinate anyone who would want to be vaccinated. And from a logistics standpoint, getting it into people's arms, we hope we do it sooner, but no later than July.
Okay, so you say by the end of May, there should be enough vaccine to put into everyone. Does that take into consideration the pause in the Johnson & Johnson vaccine? We should just remind people it was put on pause because of blood clots in a few women.
Right. I mean, right now, if you look at the Moderna and the Pfizer commitment, this interval now where we're not having J&J, Pfizer itself has said that they are going to increase the availability of their doses by 10%. So already it's making up for that. We don't know what's going to happen with J&J by Friday. We should have an answer, and then we should just get back on track. So we have no doubt that we'll be able to vaccinate anyone who wants to be vaccinated by that time.
You have said that the J&J vaccine pause could be lifted by Friday. Do you expect that there's going to be some kind of restrictions placed on it, an age limit or something?
You know, Rachel, I don't want to get ahead of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices and the CDC, but I would be surprised if they did not have a decision by Friday. The options are several. I doubt very much whether they would just cancel it. You never know, but I really doubt that. So you have either come back with no inhibitions or you come back with some sort of restrictions, whatever they may be. And that's what they're doing now. They're examining the data, all the data that's available, and they'll be making that determination, and hopefully we'll move on Friday.
Are you worried that the blood clot issue with that vaccine is going to exacerbate vaccine skepticism?
You know, Rachel, there's always that concern, but the way I like to frame it is that this is a very, very rare adverse event. I mean, the one that triggered the pause was 6 out of about 7 million, which means it's very, very rare. So what that tells me, and I try to communicate to people, is that means the system is working. And if you're hesitant about vaccine because you're concerned about safety, this tells you that safety is taken very seriously. And also the same surveillance system that picked up those 6 young women who wound up with those complications is the same surveillance system that's used for the tens and tens and tens of millions of doses of Moderna and Pfizer. So when the FDA and the CDC say something is safe, you can be sure it's safe.
I want to play a clip for you from a conversation we had with Dr. Scott Gottlieb last week as a former administrator of the FDA. Let's listen.
I think we get to 150 million vaccines. I think we struggle to get to 160 million. Beyond that, I think it's going to be difficult. I'm not sure that you have the demand there.
He's talking about whether or not people just show up and get the shots. Do you agree with his estimation?
Well, you know, I mean, obviously there are different opinions. What we're trying to do is that we have a really firm,